Okay, presented by XRB Radio 1610 AM and powered by AudioSportsOnline.com. Brownsburg Varsity Baseball is on the air. Rob Kendall is my name, joined by our play-by-play man Troy Weimer. Chris Worley will be with us shortly. Doubleheader today as the Bulldogs host the Westfield Shamrocks. And at this time, we will turn it over to our friend Troy Weimer, who will have the sponsorship information, lineups, and a whole lot more, as well as our good friend Chris Worley. Troy, take it away.
Thank you, Rob, very much. Welcome, everybody, to Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg, Indiana. I just bumped the camera, so that didn't take very long to knock out our perfect alignment. There we go. We're back in line. For those of you watching us on AudioSportsOnline.com and on XRB Radio, which will pick us up here in just a few minutes, this is Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball, live from a sunny but not all that warm Brownsburg, Chris. But I think we're going to be in for a good game today. The Westfield Shamrocks come in atop of the conference with a record of 6-0 in the conference, 8-2 overall. Brownsburg sits in 7th place, 2-3 in the conference, and 6-4 overall. And Chris, I know that you've made it your home away from home to be in front of the stat sheet concerning the Bulldogs this year. And tell us a little bit about what we should expect from these two teams today.
Well, thank you, Troy. And about the weather, I'm glad it's sunny. You know, we've had so much rain and cold weather. It seems like every time it's a cold weather day, that means Brownsburg baseball plays. But I'm not. Who is the starting pitcher? Do we know, Troy?
Well, of course you would ask me that, and I will look down and refer to McCoy will be on the mound for Brownsburg, and starting pitcher for the Westfield Shamrocks will be number 33 Trent Dean, and on the mound for Brownsburg, number 13 Ty McCoy will be the starting pitcher.
Thank you, Troy. Well, what we've seen so far from Brownsburg is a good offense. Pitching and defense at times can be a sore spot or a problem spot, so we'll see how things go today, but right now, Sam Comer leads the team with a .524 average, but the big slugger so far this year through 10 games has been Mr. Hayden Shipman, 500 average, and he's knocked in 12 runs.
Yeah, Brownsburg will look to try and make this is a really good opportunity. 2 games at home on your home field for the Bulldogs to try and gain a little bit of ground on Westfield. Again, as we said before, Westfield sits atop the conference at 6-0, and they're 8-2 overall.
Yeah, this should be tough. They were supposed to play last night, and the bad weather got these teams last night at Westfield. So doubleheader action here in Brownsburg today.
Well, it's like they always like to hear them say they don't play the doubleheaders like they used to. When we were younger, they always split them up and try and get a 2-for-1 deal with the tickets. But we will be playing 2, as they say here in Brownsburg today. And Hoosier Crossroads Conference baseball, Brownsburg baseball, is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. What is a good neighbor? It's someone nearby who helps make your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs. So whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit Farm agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence, all the fence stylings to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call us at 317-858-8648 or check the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all dogs athletics. Well, again, we're here between awaiting the first pitch. Westfield's on the field right now, taking some infield practice and knocking the ball around a little bit. The Bulldogs have already completed their warm-ups. Thank all of you that are joining us on AudioSportsOnline.com for Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball. The Shamrocks of Westfield High School that sit atop the conference, and the Brownsburg Bulldogs looking to have a great opportunity to take, with 2 games here at home today, put a little bit of in a dent of that lead that Westfield has. Only 1 game has completed in the majors so far, Chris. And those pesky Kansas City Royals somehow scored 5 runs in the top of the 10th. They beat the Tigers at Comerica Park in Detroit this afternoon, 8-3. Winning pitcher is Collins in relief mode for Kansas City, and Koch, the hard-thrown reliever, takes the loss for the Tigers. Koch's 0-3 on the year. And as we like to do, we've chatted up the high school kids, and Chris, we can talk a little Major League Baseball before we get started here.
I'm glad you saw that Kansas City score. I was listening to that on the satellite radio on the way over. Alex Gordon hit a grand slam in the 10th.
Yeah,
put Kansas City ahead.
Gordon is really having a good year, and he's really made a statement. I think a lot of Royals fans were waiting for him to come into his own for a while, and I think he finally has found his niche this year, hitting towards the top of that lineup for Kansas City. The Cubs and Marlins will be down in Miami, and what I'm sure will be about a half-full stadium for the Marlins home game at 7 o'clock. The Astros are at Boston. Still hard for me to get used to seeing Houston in the American League. The Reds, one of the local favorites, is in D.C., the nation's capital, to take on the National Blue Jays at the Yankees. The Rays are at the White Sox. The Rangers are at the Twins. The Rockies are down in sunny and warmer Phoenix for a battle with the D-backs. The Orioles are at Oakland. The Angels and the Mariners will be taking each other on later on the season. That's a 10-10 start on the West Coast. We have two other games that are final. The Pirates beat the Phillies 6-4 in Philadelphia, and the Dodgers beat the Mets 3-2 today at Citi Field in Queens.
That's 2 in a row for the Pirates over the Phillies. Exciting young club. Back to Kansas City, your old stomping grounds, just for 1 minute, Troy.
Yeah.
What an exciting time for them right now. You know, the baseball team's in first place in that division. Of course, won in exciting fashion today. Tonight, they have the first pick in the NFL draft.
It is. It's really exciting. My childhood memories are full of the Royals being very successful and the Chiefs being awful. But lived there in 1985, as we've rehashed before, when they won the World Series. I consider that a great opportunity I had to be a young person in the 7th grade when your home team wins the World Series. That was really enjoyed that. And Chiefs are the number 1 pick. A lot of speculation in this draft. There's not a lot of, like the number 1 pick doesn't stand out to everybody. It's not a foregone conclusion like it's been in years past.
Yeah, all the experts that I've seen and read about have, offensive tackles and offensive linemen or defensive linemen, maybe a linebacker going first, not much quarterback depth in this draft, but we'll see. Whoever's that first pick stands to make a lot of money.
Yes, they do. Anybody in that first round stands to make a lot of money. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for Brownsburg and Westfield tonight. Again, we're set for a 5 o'clock first pitch. It's at 4:59 right now. Thank you all for those of you who are joining us on audiosportsonline.com. XRB Radio in Brownsburg will pick us up here about 5 after the hour. Leading off is for Westfield, number 3, Nathan Manwarren. Batting second, number 34, Chris Ayers. Batting third, number 23, Bailey Partlow. The cleanup hitter is number 5, Cole McCrary. Number 10, Chase Shaw on the 5 spot. Number 2, Alec Nelson hits 6. Number 21, Jacob Robinson, number 7. Number 32, Matt Kinney is number 8, but will hit 8th. Number 4, Jake Dietz will hit 9th. And then you have the pitcher is number 33, Trent Dean. Leading off for the Bulldogs, number 4, Michael Hartnagel. He'll be playing shortstop. Number 6, Tyler Houston is playing center field and batting second. Number 3, Hayden Shipman batting third and playing second base. And the cleanup spots, number 20, Hunter Loom. He's playing left field. Cody Gill, with number 13, is batting fifth. He'll be the DH and hitting for the pitcher, Ty McCoy, who's our starting pitcher. Number 7, Sammy Sampson, will be playing third base and hitting sixth. Number 24, Sam Comer, will hit seventh and play first base. Kyle Yeager will be catching, and he'll hit eighth. And Garrett Ish in right field, number 22, he will be hitting ninth. Again, our starting pitchers are Dean and McCoy. And we are really close to our first pitch. I did make a little bit of an error. I misspoke. I'm living in the past. Sammy Sampson is not playing for the Bulldogs this year anymore. That would be Caleb Sampson, number 7, and playing third base and hitting sixth.
Hey, and two, Troy, I like what I've seen out of this pitcher for the Brownsburg Bulldogs today, left-hander Ty McCoy. He can mix in some good off-speed pitches, doesn't just throw a fastball. He's smart out there, so I would expect a good outing, but this is a tough Westfield lineup.
It is a tough Westfield lineup, and once again, like we said before, we will reiterate that the Shamrocks do sit 6-0 atop of the conference and 8-2 overall, playing 800 ball at this point in the season. And I saw, Chris, that you got to go down to Bloomington and take in the new facilities there and watch a little Hoosier baseball, some Big Ten baseball this year. What do you think?
You need to get down there, Troy. Beautiful, nice new stadium. You know, they needed one. And
Yes.
when I went and saw them a few weeks ago, they were ranked, I think, number 16 in the country. So they had won a lot of games at that time. Now they've dropped a few recently. They are at home against Michigan this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It's only $5 to get in.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful stadium.
Yeah.
It was packed the day I went.
Yeah.
But I like that IU baseball team, and Big Ten baseball is only a short drive away, and for $5, and I liked it because there was no parking fee. I'm used to going to IU football games where it's $20 to park.
Absolutely.
So you park there. It's right by the football stadium, parking free, and just go on in. I would expect a big crowd for this weekend, but a real nice new facility. They did a good job. They used that Indiana limestone.
Yeah.
It looks real good.
As of the poll on Tuesday morning, the Hoosiers are ranked number 18th overall in the country.
Thank you.
And if they can keep up the good work, we might find ourselves, for the first time ever, hosting a regional in the NCAA tournament leading up to the College World Series for baseball in Indiana. And that would definitely be something that we'll be making an effort to attend. My family and I were season ticket holders for IU football.
Right.
And we park right there by the stadium, so we got to watch it kind of raise up out of the ground over the course of the last last season and so forth. So we're definitely really there's such good baseball roots in Indiana.
Yes.
There's a lot of good high school athletics, and youth athletics is really taken off overall in every aspect in this state. We talked a little bit. I remember the last time we did a broadcast together about how football had really kind of taken a foothold in the state and become a high school sport for people to watch, how it's always been just basketball in the past. But now all three of these sports are really starting to get a lot more popular in baseball with the amount of travel teams and all of the talent that is coming up through these systems and going on to college, Division I, and other colleges and playing even in the majors.
Very true, Troy. And I think that certainly holds true here in Brownsburg with our fine Little League play that has developed a lot of good players that feed this high school team over the past few years.
I agree 100%. Spring is here. It's time to give that outdated jewelry a makeover. Diamonds are forever, but styles change and mounting's wear away. Let the professionals at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg help you create a fresh and unique custom design. Nelson Jewelers offers an in-house jewelry repair shop to ensure your jewelry receives the utmost care. Visit Nelson Jewelers for all of your jewelry needs at 22 East Main Street and online at www.nelsonjewelers.com. A little out of the way, very much out of the ordinary. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machined components along with an electro-polishing service. They are located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. The umpires have got the two coaches at home plate. They are going over some of the ground rules here at Mary Beth Rose Park, and we should be underway here very shortly as the Bulldogs should be taking the field here within just a couple of minutes. Thank all of you that have joined us, that are with us on audiosportsonline.com. Are we with XRB yet? We are. And those of you who are just joining us on XRB Radio in Brownsburg, we thank you very much. We thank Shane back at the quote-unquote studio and for getting us all hooked up and ready to go. So we're awaiting the warm-ups and awaiting the first pitch, and we will start off with our national anthem when that time comes. Again, Bulldogs and the Shamrocks. Brownsburg is taking on the doubleheader today after a rain out yesterday. Weather has been a factor this time of year, as it seems to be about every year when we start the baseball season, Chris.
Yes.
Remember last year we sat in this booth and watched the rain come in a couple of times and just kind of waited for the storm to hit, and it eventually did. And Rob and I got to do that in Plainfield last year during a football game. That was sectionals, I believe, wasn't it? We had to abandon ship. But it looks like the weather's going to stay maybe a little bit chilly, but it should stay sunny today and pretty clear. A few clouds in the sky. The Bulldogs take the field.
Wind blowing out to right field. It's a pretty good clip.
It is
maybe 15 miles an hour.
It's got that wriggly right to it, doesn't
there
it?
You go.
Blowing from left to right towards the right field foul pole. And as the Dogs take the field, behind the plate is Yeager, first base Comer, second base is Shipman. Playing shortstop is Hartnagel, Sampson at third. McCoy will be our starting pitcher. And left field is it Loom? Liam, sorry. Is Liam Houston, and center and Ish will be our right fielder. We're set to play two games. according to the ground rules, it appears, Chris, that the first pitch of the second game has to start at by 7 o'clock. So
Okay.
as long as we can get that underway.
Maybe 7:30?
I'm not
7:30?
sure. I believe it's 7 o'clock. We'll ask and
Okay.
verify. Ask and verify here in a minute to make sure. Is it 7 o'clock that the first pitch has to start? 7:30. So at 7:30, Chris, we have to have the first pitch out on the second game at 7:30. If that is the case, we'll attempt to get 14 innings of baseball in here and see how that goes. I hope that it goes well.
Junior Ty McCoy taking his warm-up pitches on the mound, left-hander for Brownsburg.
Chris, do you have McCoy's stat line yet? Is it over there? Is that available, or you just have the offensive stats?
I don't.
I do
I'm
not
sorry.
mean to put you on the spot.
I don't.
It's live radio, so I don't. I did not. I'm the one that doesn't have him in front of me, so you shouldn't feel bad about that.
I know he's been effective though. He's a good pitcher.
Well, this is my first view of McCoy. My first view of the Bulldogs this year. Weather and other schedules have kept me from being in the booth using play-by-play, and Rob and Chris have both taken on the cause. Appreciate that, but it's good to be here. Leading off for the Shamrocks is number 3, Nathan Manwaring. He is the left fielder. He's a right-handed hitter. And here's the first pitch by McCoy. Outside for ball 1. Sun peeks behind the clouds a little bit. That'll make the fans a little bit chilly. McCoy sets up. Here's his second pitch. Outside again. That pitch is about the same spot. Count goes to 2-0.
Westfield bench involved early.
Westfield bench is a little exuberant and loud. You always like to see that. Nobody is sitting in the dugout. Everybody's on the fence. McCoy delivers. Little bit high. He thought he had a good pitch in there, and that'll take the count to 3-0. The Dogs are in the same spot. They're up off the bench, and everybody's on the fence. McCoy looks, gets the sign from Yeager, and here's the 3-0. In the dirt and the leadoff walk, which, if you're listening to this game, you know baseball, and you know that's not a good thing. You never want to put the leadoff hitter on. So Manwaring's at first base on a 4-pitch walk. McCoy will get a little talk from Yeager. They'll try and calm him down a little bit. McCoy looks on. Stepping in is number 34, Chris Ayers. He's the right fielder, and he's a lefty. Manwaring with the lead at first. Here's a pitch by McCoy. There goes Manwaring. Started to go, but gets back.
Ayers batting .273 as we start this game. Troy?
First pitch was a ball outside, 1-0. Leadoff runner on, and Ayers, as Chris said, the .273 hitter, the lefty, steps in with 1-0 and a throw over to first. Keeping that runner honest. Manwaring gets back without any trouble. No score in the first, nobody out. Leadoff hitter is on a 4-pitch walk for the Shamrocks. McCoy looks at delivery. In there for a strike, and that's his first strike. The count goes to 1-1.
We'll get a good read early here. Does Westfield like to move runners as far as the bunt, or let him swing away with this left-handed batter through the hole between first and second?
Haven't seen the Shamrocks yet this year, but Manwaring is obviously a threat to steal. He's getting a lot of attention from McCoy, and he's pretty bold with the leadoff over there. 1 ball, 1 strike. McCoy looks on, and here's the 1-1. Big swing and a miss, strike 2.
I would say the bunt is off at this point.
I would say the bunt is off as we have 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at first, nobody out, no score, top of the first here from Mary Beth Rose Park. McCoy looks on. Throw over to first, again, not close. Nathan Manwaring at first has definitely got the attention of McCoy. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. There goes the runner. Throw down to second, and he's in there. The ball gets away from second baseman, or the shortstop, Hartnagel, who was covering, goes into center field, but it's quickly sucked up by Shipman, the second baseman, who was backing him up. So now we have a runner at second, nobody out, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Manwaring, again, with a healthy lead at second base. There's your answer to your question about being aggressive
Yes,
on the
they
bases
are.
there, Chris.
Yep, they're ready to run.
The 2-2 is high, and the count goes full. First base is open. Runner at second. No score. Top of the first. Little cat and mouse game going on at second between Hartnagel and Manware. That pitch is way inside and almost got him. It did not, but it is ball 4. So now we'll have runners at first and second. Nobody out. Coming to the plate is number 23, Bailey Partlow.
I just think Ty McCoy just maybe a little nervous to start this game. Just needs to calm down, start throwing some strikes here.
Might be a little cold.
Yes, no doubt.
Get that arm warmed up.
Yeah, and get a good grip on the baseball. Always a challenge for pitchers in cold weather.
First pitch is a strike and in there. Bailey Partlow, the catcher for the Shamrocks. He comes up. He's a right-handed hitter. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. Counts 0-1. McCoy looks on. Gets the sign from Yeager. Here comes the 0-1. Foul hit high and deep to right. And that ball is going to get up against the fence as it gets past Ish. Ish will get the ball in quickly. 1 run will score. The throw to the plate. He's safe. He missed him. I was a little premature in saying the run would score as Manwaring was hustling around third base. He had to hold up for just a second. The play was pretty close at home plate, but Manwaring scores on the double to right field.
Troy, you said it there. They did have to hold up to see if that ball would be caught or where that ball was going to go. And I think that that was one run was able to score. Catcher Yeager for Brownsburg, that was close on that tag. He did not complain.
He did
when
not
the umpire
complain.
called him safe.
Yep.
So
I think he just missed him. The tag was a little bit up the baseline towards third, and he did miss the tag. So runners at second and third. Nobody out. The Shamrocks have a run across, and in there is the cleanup hitter, number 5, Cole McCrary. McCrary, the first baseman for Westfield. He's a right-handed hitter, takes a big swing at the second pitch. That brings the count to 1-1.
McCrary does lead their team in RBIs at 13.
Ayers is at third. Partlow at second. Here's the 1-1. Hit high in the air to center field. Right center field. The right fielder, Ish, is going to haul it in. Runner from third will score. Throw to third. Hits the runner in the back. He's safe. Ball goes off of Bailey Partlow's back as he's sliding into third base. 1 run scores on the sacrifice fly to right.
We've seen the wind, Troy, be a factor on 2 of those balls hit out there to right field. That one looked like it was going to be a fly ball to center field, and it blew it over to right field for the right fielder's catch.
I called it a fly to center when it left the bat, and I think the double earlier would have probably been caught had the wind not been blowing the way that it was. Pitch lifted high and deep to left field, back to the track, and it is not able to bring it in left field is Liam. The throw into third is going to be off target. A run scores as Bailey Partlow crosses the plate, the catcher. And just like that, Westfield has a 3-0 lead, 1 out, and they got a runner 90 feet away again. That's a hit. A little discussion in the booth. That's a hit or an error. I think that's a hit.
That was a tough play, right in between the left fielder and the center fielder. Hunter Liam ran a long way for that. Almost came up with it, but that was a very tough play.
And he left his feet to try and get the ball. So, and a matter of fact, I don't think he made contact with it. He may have come real close to his glove or bounced off the tip of his glove. So, a little conference of the infielders and Coach Mattingly at the pitch.
And he is not happy with his team right now.
Not happy with it. It kind of appears early on the Dogs are kind of throwing the ball around a little bit.
Yes.
It's doesn't seem like it's incredibly disciplined. And then it seems like, you got that wind is going to be a consideration. A good throw to home gets the first runner that's trying to come in to score that first run. The throw was up the third baseline a little bit, and the play was still very close, closer than I thought it was going to be. So stepping in now is number 2, Alec Nelson. He's a right-handed hitter. First pitch, a swing and a miss for a strike.
Yeah, Coach Mattingly not happy at all there, and I think that was a wake-up call, a verbal wake-up call. here in the first inning to his team with that conference on the mound.
Nelson is the second baseman. Pitch outside for a ball, 1-1. Chase Shaw's at third base, 90 feet away from scoring. The Shamrocks lead it 3-0, top of the first. It counts 1-1, and we got one out. McCoy looks on, and here's the 1-1. In there for a strike, 1-2. Three runs across on 2 hits here in the top of the first. 2 hits and a leadoff walk, and down goes Nelson with the strikeout, swinging. Little breaking ball, some off-speed stuff there from McCoy. That's what he needed to do, is get one of those across.
Sure did, and he needed that strikeout with a runner at third base and less than 2 outs. That helped out. That was a good pitch. Broke down low, almost a sinker-type action to get the strikeout.
Third baseman Jacob Robinson steps in. He's a right-handed hitter. First pitch is down in the dirt for a ball.
Robinson comes in hitting .280 so far this season.
Runner at third, 2 out. 1 ball, no strikes to Robinson. Big swing and a miss, strike 1. An out here would definitely send the message that McCoy's kind of shaking off the butterflies a little bit. Here's the 1-1 pitch. On the outside corner for strike 2. Nice pitch by McCoy.
He looks a lot better since that wake-up call at the mound by the coach.
The 3 runs and then a little bit of a conference at the mound by Coach Mattingly, where he was very animated, even from the booth. It was pretty obvious he was being very animated. Here's the 1-2. Outside, tried to get him to chase one. The count goes to 2-2. Runner at third, 2 outs. The Shamrocks have got 3 across, 3 runs on 2 hits and a walk. The leadoff walk started things for the Shamrocks in the top of the first. McCoy looks on, looks at the runner at third. Here's the 2-2. Hits the ball high in the air to right field. Going out, coming in fast. A nice catch on the... Oh, he did not catch it. The ball came out of his glove. And the runner from third will score, so Ish can't bring it in. He left his feet in the dive. I thought it went into his glove. It must have came out when he hit the ground or went in between his glove and his body.
I did too. It looked from here like he caught the ball.
Because the ball did not bounce away from him or anything like that. So I think he may have actually trapped it under his body when he dove. So another run is across, and the Shamrocks lead it 4-0. 4 runs on 3 hits and a walk. First pitch is fouled off for a strike.
Big first inning here for Westfield. Brownsburg's got some good offense. Plenty of time to come back. They can do that. Ty McCoy needs to get out of this inning and quick.
Matt Kinney, the DH, is in. Runner breaks a little bit from first base. Does not go. That pitch missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the 1-1. A little bit low, and they called a strike, 1-2. Four nothing Shamrocks, top of the first. Runner at first, 2 outs. Matt Kinney, the DH, the right-handed hitter, is in. That one missed way outside and high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. McCoy trying to pitch his way out of a rocky top half of the first inning. Here's the 2-2. Fouled away, and that'll keep him alive at the plate. A little bit late on that one.
Rob, where'd you park? That went out there by your car there.
Could have been me.
Here's the 2-2. Throw over to first. Gets back. Stays on his feet. Jacob Robinson at first base. The third baseman. The DH, Matt Kinney, at the plate. 2-2 pitch. Fouled away again. McCoy trying to challenge him that time with a high fastball. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
got 2 strikeouts in the inning,
so
but a lot of trouble.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. We get 2 strikeouts in the top half of the first inning, and after a half an inning, the Shamrocks lead the Bulldogs 4-0 here in Brownsburg. What is a good neighbor? It's someone nearby who helps you makes your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs. So whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit Farm Agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Spring is here. It's time to give that outdated jewelry a makeover. Diamonds are forever, but styles change and mountings wear away. Let the professionals at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg help you create a fresh and unique custom design. Nelson Jewelers offers an in-house jewelry repair shop to ensure your jewelry receives the utmost care. Visit Nelson Jewelers for all your jewelry needs at 22 East Main Street and online at www.nelsonjewelers.com. A little out of the way, very much out of the ordinary.
What if they don't have that? Do they have that?
I think they do. Rob and I are getting our concession orders together here on the air. We thank everybody again that's joining us on audiosportsonline.com and on XRB Radio in Brownsburg. Thank all of our sponsors, and the Dogs have got a tall order ahead of them. Not only are they down 4-0, Chris, they're going into just their half of the first inning, but they're down 4-0 to the conference leaders that are undefeated in the conference at 6-0 in the Westfield Shamrocks.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge here, but Brownsburg, like I said, they do have an offense that can score some runs. Leadoff hitter Mike Hartnagel here batting .406, and he does lead the team with 7 stolen bases.
Hartnagel the Bulldogs could definitely benefit from getting that leadoff runner on base at this point in time. On the mound for Westfield is number 33, Trent Dean. He's a right-handed pitcher. Leadoff hitter number 4, Michael Hartnagel, the shortstop, leans in, and here's the first pitch. He's up there swinging away like a leadoff hitter should be, right? And they fouls it away for 0-1.
Their pitcher, Dean, a junior, slightly built young man, maybe 5'7" at the most, 5'6" maybe. Pitch on the way, swing by Hartnagel, strike 2.
The 0-2 count now. Hartnagel in a little bit of a hole as leadoff man with his team down 4-0. Tried to float one up there, missed it high. That takes the count to 1-2. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Driven bright to right field between the first and second baseman for a base hit. And a nice slap shot to the opposite field for Hartnagel. That's what the leadoff hitter is supposed to do. And the Bulldogs have a little bit of life with their leadoff hitter on here in the bottom half of the first. They trail 4-0.
That was a good opposite field hit. Good piece of hitting there, Troy.
Real nice piece of hitting there. And stepping in now is the center fielder, Tyler Houston, number 6, the right-handed hitter. First pitch is a nice breaking ball in there for a strike.
Tyler Houston batting .412 coming into this game, and he has 6 doubles. That's double more than anybody else
in the team. So he's a combination of speed and putting the ball in the right spot. He leads the team in doubles. And he fouls one back. The catcher will take a look, but that one's out of play. That'll take the count to 0-2. So like Hartnagel ahead of him, he's down in the count 0-2. Hitting in the number 2 spot, number 6, Tyler Houston, the center fielder. He's got a runner on first, nobody out. His team trails 4-0. You know, the Dogs are down 4-0, Chris, but they only are down in the hit department by 2, as the Shamrocks got 4 runs on 3 hits and a walk. And he fouls one off down the third baseline, a breaking ball in on the fist that he fought off.
And as you said, Troy, Brownsburg defense threw the ball around a little bit, maybe allowed some runners to move up an extra base where they should not have.
I definitely think that is the case. And I think that Coach Mattingly agreed with us, and that was the reason for the little pep talk on the mound that seemed to kind of get things in order for the Dogs.
You might call that a tirade.
You might call it a bit of a tirade, and I like it. Here's the 0-2. Missed outside, but barely, and deep breath by everybody, probably including Tyler Houston, as the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner on first, nobody out, 1-2 count on Houston. The Dogs trail 4-0 here in the bottom half of the first. The Shamrocks knocked it around a bit to start the game off. Snap throw to first. The ball gets away. Hartnagel's going to go to second. He's going to think about going to third, and he is. And he will be safe standing up. So snap throw over to first, gets away. Hartnagel makes a quick turn at second base, pays close attention to the third base coach, and doesn't give it a second thought. And just like that, the Dogs are really in business with a run 90 feet away And the top of the order still swinging. Tyler Houston is in there with the 1-2 count. So Hartnagel advances on the wild throw. That's a two-base error. And he'll sit at third base 90 feet away.
Races any chance of a double play. That's all good there for the Brownsburg Bulldogs. Runner at third, nobody out.
A lot of good things about that play for Brownsburg. You're exactly right, Chris, as that pitch missed high. That takes the count to 2-2 on Houston. Houston sets in, runner at third. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He fought that one off. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Brownsburg trails 4-0. 4 runs on 3 hits and a walk for the Shamrocks in the top of the first. That ball's fouled over behind the Westfield dugout, out of play. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Tyler Houston putting in a good at bat here, fouling off pitches that maybe are just not right for his zone, but he's fouling off, staying alive, trying to get a pitch he can handle.
Trunk.
As we said, he's batting over 400, 10 games into this season. He also has 6 RBIs.
Dean looks on. Here's the 2-2 outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bulldogs look to get a little something going here. The runner at third, nobody out. Hartnagel got there by virtue of a nice opposite field base hit, then a 2-base throwing error, gets him to third base. Here's the 3-2. Lifted high in the air to center field. That should score the run. Fielded nicely in center. Here comes the throw, and he is in there, and the Bulldogs are on the board. So nice piece of hitting to start things. What happened? So now they're going to say he missed third base. Or he left early. They're going to say, man, didn't miss third base. He was on third base. So we're going to hold off a minute, and without the lack of replay, which I'd love to have right now, Chris.
Yes.
It appears the home plate umpire is saying that Michael Hartnagel, the shortstop who was at third base, left early on the sacrifice fly to center by Tyler Houston, and that erases the run. And instead of having 1 run in on a sacrifice fly with 1 out and your number 3 hitter up, the Bulldogs have no runs on the board, 1 hit, and 2 outs.
He can't make errors like that against a good team here, especially at the start. That one's going to hurt. We hope it doesn't really come back to haunt them later on. But again, Coach Manley very upset. He did challenge the home plate umpire on that call. Not many words were said, but
yeah. Well, you don't get away with many words at this level.
Right.
That's the thing you got to watch. That pitch is outside, takes the count to 3-1. That pitch is foul back.
Hayden Shipman batting .500. He's been the big slugger. He's got an .833 slugging percentage coming into this game.
I had Hayden Shipman's number wrong. I was a little bit confused there. Had him down on the sheet as number 3, and he is number 2. Big swing and a miss. He strikes out. So he's big swing and a miss on the 3-2 pitch, and just kind of a very odd first inning for the Bulldogs all the way around as they throw it around a little bit at the top of the first. They gave up 4 runs on 3 hits and a walk. Westfield makes an error, puts the Bulldogs in position to maybe get a little bit of a rally going, and base running error leaves them with nothing. No runs on 1 hit in the bottom half of the first. We'll go to the top of the second. The Shamrocks lead this game 4-0. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us on XRB Radio and AudioSportsOnline.com. This is Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball. The Brownsburg Bulldogs and the Westfield Shamrocks. The Shamrocks lead the conference at 6-0. They're 8-2 overall. And the Bulldogs sit in 7th place in the conference standings. And they have a doubleheader here today by virtue of a rainout. We're going to try and play 14 innings of baseball. Hope we can get it in. So McCoy goes back out on the mound for the Bulldogs. And now we'll take a little bit of a message from our sponsors. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence, all the fencing styles to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call us at 858-8648, or check the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all dogs athletics. First pitch is inside. Almost hit him. It did not, so ball one.
Troy, I'm going to go back to that play called out at third base for leaving early. I did not see which umpire called that. From the way the Brownsburg coaches are reacting, it was the umpire over
at first base?
Yes, but I don't see how he could call that.
Well, the discussion...
The home plate umpire, I'm sorry, he's got to watch the man coming home.
Yeah, I agree with that. The discussion was between Mattingly and the home plate umpire. I did not see who actually made the call, and we're sitting there calling the game as that pitch misses outside. That takes the count to 3 balls and no strikes. When you're calling the game, you're obviously watching it closely, and I didn't make note in my mind, hey, he might have left early. I didn't even think about it. It didn't even cross my mind. That 3-0's in there for a strike, 3 balls and 1 strike. At the plate is number 4, Jake Dietz from Westfield.
We have been advised that the home plate umpire did make that call.
Dietz is the shortstop, so the home plate umpire does make the call, and McCoy comes back from 3-0, throws a strike on the outside corner, and Dietz is in there with a full count. Dietz is the shortstop from the Shamrocks. He's a right-handed hitter. He's leading off this inning. The Shamrocks lead it 4-0, top half of the second. Big swing and a miss, and he struck him out, so McCoy keeps his composure, Chris, out there. He's had kind of an odd first inning. He gets down 3-0 to the leadoff hitter, then comes back and throws a series of good pitches, and on 3 pitches strikes him out.
That's his third strikeout. Back to the top of the order here for the Shamrocks.
Here's a leadoff hitter, Nathan Manwarren. Manwarren started the game with a leadoff walk and scored the Shamrocks' first run after stealing second base and advancing to third, and then scoring on a double to right. 1-0 pitch is outside, 2 balls and no strikes.
Give the fans that are here credit. It is a sunny day, but awful cool. And we do notice again, Troy, our last home game, a couple pickup trucks will park out in left field. Get a little maybe free admission there, but they like to climb on top of those pickups. I think we had 3 of them at our last home game, so some fans supporting the good old outfield spot.
I would tend to say that the warmer it gets, the more pickup trucks you'll see out there. 2 balls and 1 strike, big swing and a miss, strike 2. So Manwarren taking his rips up there. If McCoy could avoid the first pitch jitters to each hitter, he's throwing a series of, 3 balls, then 2 balls, and so forth. McCoy looks on. Here's the 2-2. Hit over to shortstop. Hartnagel with a long throw to first, and they got him. Nice play. Little routine grounder to shortstop. Hartnagel comes up throwing to Comer.
Next up, the right fielder, number 34, Chris Harris.
And that play will go 6-1 for the out.
We're not going to put that 4 runs in the first inning all on the pitcher, but Ty McCoy's definitely settled down here and done a good job here in the last few hitters for the Brownsburg Bulldogs.
Pitch is fouled away. Number 34, Chris Ayers, he's the right fielder for Westfield. Nobody on, 1 out. Top half of the second inning, Shamrocks lead it 4-0. I'm sorry, there's 2 outs. Pitch is down in the dirt a little bit. Takes the count to 1-1.
And these guys are definitely used to playing in cold weather so far this season, but, maybe Ty had to have a little longer warm-up, get warmed up more than usual.
Work the bugs out a little bit. And you've said it more than once, Chris, and you're right. This is a good Westfield baseball team.
Yes.
It really is. Pitch is outside for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike to Chris Ayers, the right fielder. McCoy looks on, and here's the 2-1. Big swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Nice off-speed pitch by McCoy. Seems to be his strength pitch there. The fastballs haven't been really that impressive today, but his breaking ball is definitely working, and here's the 2-2. Grounded down to first base. Comer will take it himself, steps on the bag, and the Bulldogs get out of the second with no damage done. They trail after 1.5, 4-0. I'd like to thank everybody again for joining us for Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball on XRB Radio in Brownsburg and on AudioSportsOnline.com. As you can see, if you join us on AudioSportsOnline.com, you can see the webcast with some moving pictures, which everybody likes to enjoy when they watch a little baseball. By virtue of a camera up here in the booth with us that gets most of the field in. We don't move the camera for you, but it gives you a good sense of what's going on in the game and how we're calling it. Again, 4 runs on 3 hits and a walk for the Shamrocks, and no runs on just 1 hit so far for Brownsburg as they come up for their second round at trying to get to the starting pitcher, Trent Dean, number 33 for Westfield. Just a very odd first inning for Brownsburg as their half of the first, or the top half of the first, they kind of threw the ball around a little bit. And while there weren't any errors charged, they just weren't playing a good, clean baseball that first half of the inning, Chris.
Yes, no doubt. Westfield, winners of 5 straight games. They helped Brownsburg out a little bit by sweeping arch rival Avon home and home just a little bit ago, coming off a win over Danville, 13-3.
Shamrocks have the ability to definitely put some runs up on the board as we start the bottom half of the second inning.
Hunter Liam's been a productive hitter for Brownsburg Bulldogs, batting .484 with 9 RBIs.
And there's another one as it goes over. Liam takes one over the second baseman's head into right center field for a base hit. So Hunter Liam, the left fielder, leads off the second inning with a base hit to right. And here's the DH number 13, Cody Gill. He'll be hitting for the pitcher, Ty McCoy.
You know, Troy, you're down 4-0, still early here in the second inning. Runner at first, nobody out. Do you think about bunting and moving a guy, giving up an out? Or you're down 4-0, you're going to let your guys swing here?
I think you let this guy swing. I think maybe if you're maybe towards the top of the order a little bit more, even if you got the 8-9 spot, maybe try and move somebody over. You know, you probably try and swipe a base here. I think that's worth it. That pitch misses high for ball 2, 2-0 to Gill.
Gill batting .438.
Hunter Liam at first base. He led off the inning with a nice base hit to right center. Takes a nice lead over there. First baseman McCray holds him on. Snap throw, and he's out. So Liam gets caught leaning, and he was leaning at first base. And so base running error number 2 will cost the Bulldogs a base runner, and it wipes out the leadoff single by Liam.
I don't think Coach Manley's going to make it through this game. He is upset again. They've given Westfield some outs.
They definitely have given Westfield some outs as the 2-1 pitch is in there for a strike. I tell you, Dean on the mound for the Shamrocks is wasting no time as that ball is lined up the middle for a base hit. So Cody Gill takes one up the middle with a really nice shot right up the middle past the pitcher, Dean. But again, that just magnifies the base running error by Liam, as instead of having runners at first and second, or possibly runners at the corners and 1 out, or nobody out, now you got a runner at first and 1 out, and the Bulldogs still trail 4-0 if you have to put a run on the board here in the bottom half of the second.
Very true, Troy, and that was a line shot right up the middle.
Nice breaking ball for a strike to start things off 0-1.
Having that runner picked off at first really hurt right there.
So Gill will take his lead at first base. Again, the first baseman, McCray, holding him on. Here's the pitch by Dean. Outside for a ball. Takes the count to 1-1. My point before the base hit was that Dean doesn't take a lot of time between pitches. He is really out there getting the ball back, takes a quick look at first, and starts his motion. 1-1 pitch is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Caleb in the batter's box, a freshman still learning his way through high school baseball here. He's batting .238. He's made a few good plays for Brownsburg, can play some good defense, but he's learning his way up there at the plate at the high school level.
Big swing and a miss by Caleb Sampin. So the third baseman goes down on strikes, and the Bulldogs will have a runner at first with 2 outs now. They trail 4-0 still, bottom half of the second inning. Trent Dean, the pitcher for the Shamrocks, the righty, has pitched a really nice game so far, even though we're already only in the second inning.
Sam Comer up at bat now. He leads the team in batting average with .524.
Comer, the righty, playing first base for the Dogs. Rips one to left. That's a base hit. So now runners at first and second as Comer takes one to left field. So runners at first and second now, and this will bring Kyle Yeager, the catcher, to the plate, the right-handed hitter. 2 outs, 4-0, the Bulldogs trail. You know, here obviously, Chris, here you just got to sit on Yeager and see what he can do for you. You don't want to try and move the runners with 2 outs. You got runners at first and second. I would imagine a double steal is out of the question. And maybe Yeager can dig down and find a little power here. Dean looks on, and here's the pitch. Big curveball misses for ball 1 inside on the fist.
Yeager does have 5 RBIs coming into this game, .333 batting average. And I've talked about him a little bit. I like this catcher. Shows some leadership skills. He's got to work on his throws to second as far as defense, but I like him. Hopefully he can come up with a big hit here in this 2-out situation.
2 balls and no strikes to Yeager. Runners at first and second, 2 out. Here's the 2-0. Ball is lifted high and deep to left field. It's got the left fielder on a run, and he makes a nice catch in left field.
Hit that ball on the nose. Nice catch by the left fielder running towards the wall.
So Yeager turns on one to left field. The left fielder, Manwaring, on the run, puts up his glove, and as he's approaching the warning track with a foot on the track, makes a nice catch in left field. So after 2 innings, Westfield 4, Brownsburg nothing. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors that are with us here on XRB Radio and AudioSportsOnline.com. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro-polishing service. They are located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. That's OEM Products. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence. All the fencing styles to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call us at 317-858-8648 or check the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all dogs athletics.
You know, Troy, what do I want to call it? The grounds crew, whoever takes care of this, has done a good job. We have had like one of the most rainiest, wettest Aprils in Indiana history with all the rain we've had so far this month. This field looks in good shape.
The field is in very good shape. You can see the little bit of the difference in colors of the base paths where the base paths were resodded in the off season. It looks very nice.
I don't see any standing water anywhere, and that's amazing.
No standing water, and the clay is very dry. At least it appears that way, especially on the surface, which is good. So here we go. We'll start off the top half of the 3rd inning. Stepping in to lead off for the Shamrocks is number 23, Bailey Partlow. He's the catcher. He's a right-handed hitter. First pitch to him is a strike by McCoy, and it's 0-1.
It was a nice off-speed curveball.
Another off-speed curveball, and it's in there for strike 2, and that definitely seems to be McCoy's pitch. As his fastball looks like it's struggled a little bit. The Shamrocks have knocked it around the field a bit. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Down in the dirt. Tried to get him to chase one. He does not.
You know, if Ty can hold them right here, Brownsburg's getting some hits. They're just running themselves into some outs. I have a feeling they can come back here as long as they can just hold Westfield at that 4-run mark.
I agree with you, Chris. They have definitely been able to string some hits together. As that ball is lifted foul down the right field line, it'll be out of play. Takes the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Partlow. Partlow, the right-handed hitting catcher from Westfield. McCoy looks in, gets the sign from Yeager. Here's the pitch by the lefty. Big swing and a miss for strike 3. And I tell you, again, McCoy's pitching a nice game. It's not reflective in the score, but that's his 4th strikeout.
That's what I have, 4.
4th strikeout through 2 1/3 for McCoy. And here's number 5, Cole McCrary, the first baseman. Ball's lifted to right. That's a hit. So that'll get in there. McCrary's going to make a wide turn at first. Think about second. He will not go. Ish gets the ball in.
Next up, center fielder number 10, Chase Shaw.
Chase Shaw, the center fielder. The right-handed hitting center fielder for the Shamrocks steps in.
Leads their team with a .464 average coming into the game.
Batting fifth, with McCrary at first base and 1 out. Misses high for a ball, 1-0. Throw over to first, runner back.
Good group of fans have come in on the Brownsburg side. I tell you, I'd like to see one game this spring where the fans aren't all bundled up like it's the middle of winter.
Ground ball to third, and it gets through for a hit. So that'll put runners at first and second. Sampson with the dive, can't come up with it.
Next up, the second baseman number 2, Alec Nelson.
So the base hit to left by Shaw, and here's Alec Nelson, the second baseman.
That ball just hit on the ground and just found a hole there between short and third. Wasn't a bad pitch at all by McCoy. He'd like to have another ground ball right at somebody here for a double play.
McCoy will be trying to keep the ball low. Looks on, here's the pitch. Misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Alec Nelson, the right-handed hitting second baseman for Westfield. Runners at first and second and 1 out. 1 ball and no strike to Nelson. Hartnagel trying to sneak in behind the runner at second. That pitch misses high and away for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
Catcher Yeager goes to the mound for a quick conference. Returns behind the plate.
Nelson settles in. McCoy looks in, and here is the 2-0. Outside, ball 3. So again, it kind of seems that when McCoy leans back and tries to throw that fastball, one, he's not getting a lot of heat behind it, and it seems to be he's having a hard time locating it. Here's the 3-0. That's a fastball. It's in there for a strike.
I can't get a good view of it here, Troy, but I wonder with Brownsburg or how much in high school baseball the bench may call some pitches to the catcher. Often, even in pros, you see them look to the bench for the sign.
Ball missed high, ball 4, so that'll load the bases.
Yeah, these curve sliders down low, definitely more effective. You would like to think that they would call more of those pitches for Ty McCoy. Now we're going to get a little bullpen action up for Brownsburg. We'll get you that picture here in a minute.
Like number 15, Dalton Carter. He's a senior.
Bases loaded? Yes. Bases loaded. One out.
Bases are loaded with 1 out. Shamrocks lead 4-0, and that one's outside. A nice play there by Yeager to keep it from going back to the screen and a run scoring, and the runner's advancing. Westfield has lived up to their reputation so far. Big swing and a miss for strike 1. And as you said, Chris, Brownsburg has hit the ball very well.
Yes, just
some mental errors have kind of kept them from moving the runner around to score. They trail 4-0, top half of the third.
And I got a feeling this is a big spot in this game, really.
That's a big pitch. The off-speed pitch for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeager does a nice job again of getting the ball back in quickly to McCoy, keep the ball in front of him. He might have tipped that, I think. It was actually fouled off the mitt. They
played a couple here, and 6-7 runs going to be tough to come back from.
I agree with that. Here's the 1-2. In there for a strike, and a breaking ball strikes him out looking.
That was a beautiful pitch.
So Robinson goes down with the backwards K, watching the ball go by. Number 32, Matt Kinney, steps in. He's the DH, and he's up there with the bases loaded, and his team with a 4-0 lead.
2 out now. Key man to get out right here.
The wind continues to blow stiffly from the left field foul pole to the right. Another breaking ball in there for a strike. Number 32, Matt Kenny, the DH, the right-handed hitter. He's hitting for the pitcher, Trent Dean. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 1 strike to Kenny. Here's a pitch by McCoy. Fastball is outside, tried to get him to chase. He did not. The count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. McCoy looks in. Here's the 1-1. Just missed high and a little bit outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
He's going to have to come back with a breaking ball or sinker right here. The fastball just not finding the strike zone.
Had a lot of trouble getting the fastball over the plate and getting a lot of velocity behind it. Here's the 2-1. Lifted high in the air to right center field. The center fielder, Shaw, coming over. I'm sorry, not Shaw, Houston. Shaw plays center field for the other team and makes the grab. At any rate, the Bulldogs get out of a jam. The bases loaded, and with 1 out, and they get back-to-back outs, get a strikeout and then a fly ball to center field. And after two and a half innings, the Bulldogs trail the Shamrocks 4-0. The line looks like this. Westfield 4 runs on 5 hits. The Bulldogs no runs on 4 hits, and 1 error charged to the Shamrocks an inning ago. Thank you, everybody, again for joining us. Mary Beth Rose Park. A nice day in Brownsburg. It's a pretty day. It's sunny. Just a few clouds in the sky, but everybody's bundled up as for some reason Indiana can't find spring. We're a little bit stuck in winter. And I did see the forecast, Chris. Looks like next week or even this weekend is going to start to look really nice and get pretty warm.
Finally.
In the mid-70s, always with that chance of rain, and that's what we've dealt with here. Always the spring rains affecting IHSAA baseball in Indiana. And with the Bulldogs have been no exception as they are rained out. And today we are playing a doubleheader. The goal is to get 14 innings of baseball in, and the rule being that the first pitch of the second game has to be made before 7:30. And so we'll see if we can get that done. Right now, it's 4-0. We go to the bottom half of the third inning, and stepping up to the plate for the Bulldogs is number 22, Garrett Ish. He's the right fielder.
Garrett, a senior. He's got some pop in his bat. I've seen him hit a home run.
Garrett dribbles one down to third. It's going to be a tough play, charging hard to throw over. Pulls the first baseman McCray off the bag, and Ish does use a little bit of speed and gets down to first base, and the leadoff hitter is on again for Brownsburg.
Next up, shortstop, number 4, Michael Harvey.
Another play there, Chris, that shows the importance of running out the ground ball.
Yes.
There's always when I played, and when even coaches today always still tell their teams, when you hit a ground ball, there's a lot of things that have to happen right to get you out. So
yes.
He has to field it, he has to throw it, the other guy has to catch it. So those 3 things don't all happen, and that's what happened in this case. Is Ish is at first base, and here's the leadoff hitter, Michael Hartnagel.
Troy, you've been trained in some baseball fundamentals.
If I could only get them conveyed to my son, who joining us in the booth today.
How's his season going so far?
Well, not that good. We probably don't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to talk about it. I know that. He's played very well. The team, the end result has not been. Base hit to right field by Hartnagel, and he's 2 for 2. Wide turn at second by Ish. He'll stay at second base, and the Bulldogs start off their half of the third inning with back-to-back, with an infield hit and then a hit to right field by Hartnagel. And first and second, nobody out. And coming to the plate now is Tyler Houston, the center fielder. To go down and have a little talk with Coach Mattingly before he takes it in the box.
Westfield coach will approach the mound and talk to his pitcher also. First 2 runners on, nobody out. Here's a good chance to dent that 4-0 lead.
Chris, you really said it best that in that last inning, the Bulldogs have got, the Shamrocks got the bases loaded and only 1 out. McCoy's struggling, trying to find where he wants to go with his pitches. Tries to lean on that fastball, can't. Goes back to the breaking ball, seems to work for him, and pitches himself out of the inning. You said that was a turning point. It definitely has proven true.
Could be. And when he got that last man out on that fly ball to center field, that was off a good pitch. It was down low and outside. It was an off-speed pitch. So Ty McCoy really did a good job of coming back and getting those 2 outs.
Dean looks in. First pitch inside to Houston is high for a ball, 1-0. So runners at first and second. Garrett Ish at second base. He beat out an infield or a grounder for an infield hit to lead off the inning. Hartnagel, the leadoff hitter, follows with a base hit to the opposite field. Puts runners at first and second with nobody out. Then a 1-0 count. Ball's grounded through the middle, and that's going to score a run. Ish shows some speed, comes in head first and scores, and that puts the first run on the board for the Bulldogs. I glanced down at my stat sheet for just 1 second and looked up, and the ball was in play. That's that product of Dean not taking a lot of time between pitches for Westfield there.
No doubt. That was a hard hit ball to the left side by Tyler Houston, and that's good to see for him because he does pick up that RBI he missed out on in the first inning with the base runner left early from third base. So he does get an RBI today with a sharp ground ball.
Exactly right. So the Bulldogs trail 4-1. They have 7 hits, a couple of mental errors, base running errors, have cost them maybe a couple runs, and as Hayden Shipman, the second baseman, squares around a bunt. And now you're in a situation, Chris, where you can play a little small ball.
I like it.
Move those guys over with Hunter Liam and Cody Gill coming up after Shipman.
Shipman is one of your big hitters, one of your leading RBI guys, but I would like to move those runners here. Swinging away on that.
Lifted high and foul out of play down the third base line. That takes the count to no balls and 2 strikes to Shipman. Bulldogs trail 4-1. 1 run on 7 hits for the Bulldogs. Very rarely do you see 7 hits in a high school baseball game and only 1 run across. Big breaking ball stays real high in the zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shipman. Trent Dean on the mound, the right-hander. He was a starter for Westfield and remained. The Bulldogs have been on him a little bit, knocking the ball around. And again, they've got 7 hits. They've out-hit the Shamrocks 7-5. Here's the 1-2 to Shipman. Up the middle, base hit. That'll score a run. Rounding third is Hartnagel. He will score, and the Bulldogs have another run across. 2 in the inning. Runners at first and second with nobody out.
Momentum has turned just a little bit here. That was a sharp hit ball right up the middle, line drive. Shipman, another RBI on this season.
So 2 runs on 8 hits now for the Dogs. The Shamrocks have made an error. And coming to the plate now is the right-handed hitter, the left fielder, Hunter Liam. That last pitch was hit very hard, very well hit, and Liam squares around to bunt, doesn't pull it back, and takes a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Runners at first and second, Shipman at second base. Shipman at first, Tyler Houston at second. Both of them responsible for RBIs in this inning. 2 runs on 8 hits for the Dogs. Squares around a bunt, takes it high up by the chin. Inside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Looks like he's definitely got the sacrifice sign from Coach Mattingly.
Well, the thing about it is, if you look down at third base, Chris, they're not playing this thing tight. And Liam can wheel his way down to first base. That pitch is outside for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Good point, Troy. You dropped that one right down the third base line, and everybody might be safe.
That coupled with the fact that you have a runner on second who's being forced to third base makes this a kind of a defensive. The ball's bunted, and it's the worst bunt you could possibly ask for. Not to be too hard on the high school kid, I apologize for that, but it goes right back to the pitcher, Dean. And there's 1 out.
Yeah, so, no doubt not what you wanted to see there. Just got the bat underneath the ball a little bit.
Sends it right back to Dean, the pitcher, and almost causes a double play with the force out at second base. Some heads-up base running there by Tyler Houston. He gets back. So runners at first and second with 1 out. And a swing and a miss by Cody Gill, the DH. He's hitting for the pitcher, McCoy, the right-hander.
You know, Troy, I know you also follow the Cubs. You may be used to seeing things like that.
Yeah, I'm very used to seeing things like that. If the Bulldogs can get a 4-run lead and blow it in the 9th or the 7th, then I'll really feel like I'm at home in that respect.
Cardinals in first place.
Absolutely. I've been saying that a lot the last few years.
Sorry, Troy.
That's okay. The Cubs I can always say the Cubs are my second team, so that's the thing.
Royals in first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Winners today in exciting fashion.
Yep. No balls and 2 strikes now. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Ball hit to left field. Will that score the run? A wide turn by Shipman. He's going to try and score, and he will.
Houston scores that run.
I'm sorry, not Shipman. Tyler Houston makes the wide turn to third base, doesn't let up. Never any doubt, Chris, that he was going to try and score that run as the left fielder, Manwarn, was charging hard. The ball was kind of shallow, sitting in the high grass. The grass is probably a little bit wet out there, sitting in that grass. Nice aggressive base running by the Dogs, and they now have 3 runs on 9 hits through just 2 1/3 innings. So you have runners at first and second now with 1 out. Dean looking on. Here's the pitch. Ball is lifted into foul territory down the right field line. It's going to get out of play. Caleb Sampson, the third baseman in there, the right-handed hitting third baseman, the freshman.
Cody Gill's hit was a good example of hit them where they ain't. It wasn't a line drive, ground ball, found a hole on the left side, plated a run, 4-3 now. Brownsburg with a big third inning.
Caleb Sampson, a sophomore, not a freshman. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Dean looking on. Here's the 0-1 to Sampson. Misses outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Sam Comer will be next. If they can keep it going, Kyle Yeager followed by Garrett Ish, and then the top of the order for the Bulldogs.
Still only 1 out.
Cody Gill at first. Dean looks on, and Sampson in the box. Here's the 1-1. Down in the dirt, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Got some action in the Westfield bullpen now. Luke Dietz up and throwing, a right-hander.
Ball's up the middle, off the pitcher's glove to Dean, and that's going to put him right in the spot for a double play. All right, we're going to have to see what the call is here at second base. They're going to call the double play. They might have called runner interference at second. Runner kind of came in high. So the ground ball was headed towards center field, a base hit, and another run scored for the Dogs. Gets deflected by Dean, goes right to the shortstop Dietz, who throws to Nelson, then over to McCrary for the double play. And after 3 innings, the Bulldogs get 3 in their half of the third, and they trail the Westfield Shamrocks 4-3. The Shamrock line looks like this. Westfield 4 runs on 5 hits and an error. 3 runs on 9 hits for Brownsburg. The Bulldogs are definitely knocking the ball around a little bit. So Coach Manley's out there having a conversation with the field umpire about what happened at second base. I think what happened, Chris, was the ball goes off of Dean's glove, the pitcher, goes to Dietz, the shortstop, tosses the ball to Nelson at second, and in between that, fielding it in the toss, the runner comes in a little bit high, and I believe the runner was actually safe at first as far as the ball getting there before him,
yes.
But they called interference. He came in too high, makes the runner out at first base, and thus the double play.
Yes.
So Coach Manley going out to try and get a little bit of an explanation. And like you noted before, he's a little wired tonight.
He sure is. I like the way he led that umpire to the second base, and he's actually instructing him almost, if you will, on where the runner was and using his arms to diagram the exact slide and the play.
Unlike the majors, which you can obviously still get interference called in, the runner in high school baseball cannot come in high and cannot attack the infielder. And I'm assuming that is the call that the infield umpire is making. Coach Manley now appealing his case to the home plate umpire, who did not make the call, just stating his position.
Troy, our man Rob Kendall asked me to speak to Coach Manley, see if I get a word with him in between games. I don't think I'm going to do that today.
We could maybe invest in another headset. The first pitch is fouled off down the first baseline.
I'm going to stay up here with you, Troy.
Number 4, Jake Dietz, the number 9 hitter, is in there. The right-handed number 9 hitter for Westfield. Second pitch is fouled off. It'll take the count to 0-2. Dietz, the shortstop for the Shamrocks. 4-3, Westfield leads here in the top half of the 4th inning.
Ty McCoy on the mound still. Started this game. He's working in the 4th inning here.
Ground ball to third. Sampson dives, Gets up, quick throw over to first, and they can't scoop it. That'll put the runner at second base. Nice hustle to get down the line by the catcher, Yeager. Comer can't come up with the ball. So Sampson makes a nice stop at third, comes up, throws the ball a little bit hastily in the dirt.
That's too bad the throw was off track there. Beautiful diving play to his left.
That was something else that kind of speaks to momentum. You know, if you can get a nice play there, Chris, and throw the guy out, gets
Certainly.
everybody fired up a little bit. Four to three Shamrocks. Runner at second on the throwing error by Sampson. So an error apiece now for the Dogs and the Shamrocks. First pitch is a ball, 1-0. And there's a leadoff hitter, the left fielder Nathan Manwern. Made a nice catch. Saved a run or two in an earlier inning out there in left field.
Yes.
Hartnagel trying to sneak in behind the runner. Here's the 1-0. Hit him. Oh, it didn't hit him. I thought it hit him.
Very close.
He almost threw it between his legs.
Yes, right around the ankles there. Close.
So Manwern does a nice job of staying in there. Runner at second, nobody out. 4-3 Westfield. Top half of the fourth. Here's the pitch. That one did hit him.
That did hit him in the ankle.
And again, it looks like McCoy's trying to throw a fastball there, and he's just having a really hard time with his location. His
Action
breaking ball
continues
has been
in the
his
Westfield bullpen.
Nobody up in the Bulldogs pen at this point in time. Of course, at this juncture, Coach Manley thinking about having a staff for 2 games today instead of 1.
Good point. Nobody out.
Chris Ayers is in there as a lefty. Runners at first and second, nobody out. There goes back to the breaking ball for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Yeah, if they can't catch up to it, you know, at this point in time, if McCoy can throw the breaking ball for strikes and maybe throw a chase pitch with a fastball every once in a while, maybe he can be onto something. But he's definitely struggled with his location with the fastball.
Dalton Carter resumes warming up in the Brownsburg bullpen now, Troy.
Carter was up an inning ago. McCoy stayed in the game and then came back after the Bulldogs hit. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Big swing and a miss on throw down to second. He's there.
You know, McCoy, he knows how to throw a curveball. That ball broke 3 to 4 feet.
That was a really nice pitch and actually made Ayers look like he didn't know what he was doing up there. Big swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. High and outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
The left field pickup truck crowd has increased. Maybe they were listening on XRB, heard the big comeback, and said, let's head over.
We need to head over. Get over there. Down in the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second. 4 runs on 5 hits and an error committed by the Shamrocks. 3 runs on 9 hits, so the Bulldogs have out-hit Westfield by 4, and another error committed by the Dogs. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball almost didn't break, up and high and tight. The count goes full. Chris Ayers, the right fielder, in there. Big swing and a miss. The ball gets away from Yeager. And he's going to... He's out? He's out. Go. Somebody was at first base. I got it. So runners will advance on the rule to second and third.
Good pitch location on that by Ty McCoy, down and in.
Really a pitch that's really hard to hit. Took a swing at it. Number 23, Bailey Partlow, the catcher, steps in, the right-handed hitting catcher. Runners do advance. Runners at second and third now with 1 out. And McCoy finds himself in a little bit of a jam again, trying to keep the deficit to just 1 run here in the top half of the fourth. Inside for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes.
You know, a walk here wouldn't be too bad a thing. It's set up a force play at any base. There is an open, first base is open. You got runners on second and third.
I agree with that. Cole McCrary would be next. High and outside, ball 3. So first base is open. And like Chris said, a walk kind of increases your defensive capabilities with the next hitter here with one out. And he stays safe, pitches it outside. So they'll load the bases.
We may see a pitching change.
With one out, and Mattingly's going to go out and have a talk, and we are going to see a pitching change. McCoy had some really nice moments through the first 3 1/3 innings here with some strikeouts. And I don't know if he ended with five. Five strikeouts for McCoy through 3 1/3. He does give up 4 runs on 5 hits.
Now pitching for the Bulldogs, number 15, Dalton Carter.
So Dalton Carter comes in. The right-handed pitcher will come in out of the bullpen. He's warmed up, had 2 bouts of warming up down there, sat down in between, and now he goes out to relieve McCoy. I believe all 4 runs that McCoy gave up were earned. I think the error was after the 4 runs had already scored. The error was a throwing error from Sampson to first base that started this inning.
Dalton Carter, a right-handed pitching senior. I've seen him be effective. He can start or relieve. As always the case in high school baseball, you want versatile players who can do different things, play different positions. We've seen that from the Brownsburg Bulldogs so far this year as far as having versatility among positions. Many of these guys can play multiple positions. And just as we said, Carter, I believe he started 1 game at least, comes on in relief a lot too.
Carter listed, he's a senior. He's listed as a right-handed pitcher and an infielder, lending to your point, Chris, that having people that are versatile can play different positions.
Well, he comes in a tough situation. Nowhere to put this hitter. Bases loaded, 1 out.
We'll see if he leans on the breaking pitch or not. The Shamrocks have had some trouble hitting that pitch from McCoy. The wind continues to blow stiffly from the left field foul pole to the right field foul pole.
Yeah, it's picked up a bit, Troy. It's really blowing out to right.
Number 5, Cole McCrary, the first baseman for Westfield, the right-handed hitting first baseman, steps in and takes the first pitch, an off-speed pitch for a strike, 0-1. So he doesn't start with the fastball down the gut, which we're glad he didn't because it may not have ended up very well. Throws a fastball, gets down and away for ball 1, 1-1. 4 runs on 5 hits and an error for the Shamrocks, 3 runs on 9 hits and an error for the Dogs.
This batter does lead their team in RBIs. I know he's got 1 at least this game for 14 RBIs so far in the season.
Ball's lifted, base hit to left field. That'll score 1, might score 2, and they're going to hold the runner at third. So Liam does a nice job of getting the ball in quickly to Sampson. The runner does not score from second. The runner does score from third. And that's an RBI for McCrary. Here's Chase Shaw, the right-handed hitting center fielder for Westfield. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ball's on the fist, but lifted high and deep to center field. It's up against the fence. That will. Now Westfield's got a base running problem. They got a runner trapped between second and third. Second and third. They put the tag on.
1 run did come home.
1 run did score. That makes it 6-3 Westfield. 6 runs on 7 hits. So as the runner from the Shamrocks the lead runner rounded third base, it kind of just figured that he was going to score. Everybody had to hold up to see if the ball was going to be caught in the center field by Houston. It was not. It bounced on the track and hit the fence. So go ahead, Chris.
That was a wind-blown ball too, Troy.
Very difficult ball to field. Even as the ball was in the air, I glanced at the flags, and they have the lanyard has kind of come loose from the flagpole out there because of the wind, and now the flags are bowing out. The wind's blowing so hard. Again, blowing from left to right, almost foul pole to foul pole. Grounded to third. Sampson picks it up, throws it over to Comer, and that'll do. So the Shamrocks get 2 runs on 3 hits on 3 hits. Made a base running error for an out, and then the ground ball there, Sampson to Comer. So after 3.5 innings, it's 6-3. 6 runs on 7 hits for the Shamrocks, 3 runs on 9 hits for the Bulldogs. 6-3, Westfield leads. Thanks everybody again for joining us. Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball. The Brownsburg Bulldogs and the Westfield Shamrocks on AudioSportsOnline.com and XRB Radio Brownsburg. I'm Troy Weimer along with Chris Worley in the booth here at Mary Beth Rose Park. And it is a nice day, a sunny day, a chilly day, and a windy day here for baseball. And the wind has definitely played a role in the game so far, Chris.
There's no doubt about that. We saw it in the first inning on that ball there that just scored another run for Westfield. So sharp wind to right field definitely has been a factor.
We'd like to thank our sponsors. What is a good neighbor? It's someone nearby who helps make your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs. So whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit Farm Agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro-polishing service. They are located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. After 3.5 innings here at Mary Beth Rose Park, the Bulldogs trail the Shamrocks 6-3, 6 runs on 7 hits and an error for Westfield, 3 runs and 9 hits and an error for the Bulldogs.
First baseman, 24, Sam Comer.
Sam Comer, the first baseman, will lead off the bottom half of the fourth for the Dogs. On the mound still is Trenton Dean, number 33, the right-handed pitcher for Westfield.
I'm somewhat surprised he started this inning, but like you said, there's 2 games in play here today, so they're going to stay with their starting pitcher for now. Let's see if the Bulldogs can dent him here in the fourth.
Comer steps in to lead off the bottom half of the fourth, and here's the first pitch of the fourth by Dean. Ball's grounded to short. A little bit of a fumble with the ball over there, a snap throw to first, and first pitch, 1 pitch and 1 out for the Dogs in their half of the fourth.
Our man Rob Kendall still here in the booth with us. He's running the board, checking the Audio Sports Online video feed, making sure we're online and doing well here. He's got a big town council meeting to go to tonight. At stake, a little funding for completion of the Ron Reagan Parkway.
And he's wearing a tie as Kyle Yeager, the catcher, takes one to center for a base hit. So 10 hits now for the Bulldogs. 10 hits now for the Bulldogs, Chris.
Yeah, I'm glad to see my man Yeager get a hit there.
Runner at first, 1 out.
Troy, thinking back to those Royal Glory days, I can't remember who was the catcher during the George Brett in the championship years.
Jim Sundberg. Jim Sundberg was the catcher. Of course, preceded in that by the Duke John Wathen, if you remember him.
Yes, I did.
And Jim Sundberg was the catcher. That ball in there for a strike. The count's 1-1. Garrett Ish, the right fielder at the plate, right-handed hitter. First base is Kyle Yeager, there by virtue of a base hit to center field. Here's the 1-1. Ball's lifted to right, drifting. That ball, the wind is just, the wind really got a hold of that one.
Sure did.
Pushed it out. Yeah, Jim Sundberg, the catcher, and I remember in the American League Championship Series that year in 1985, the Royals played the Blue Jays, and the Jays still played at Old Municipal Stadium up there, which was really a football field.
Yes.
And the right field fence was short enough that they actually put chain link on top of the right field fence to make it a little higher. And Sundberg hit a bases loaded double off the top of that chain link fence. Big swing and a miss.
Would have been a homer without the chain link?
Without the chain link, it would have been a homer. So Ish strikes out. That brings up the top of the order Michael Hartnagel. I believe Hartnagel's 2 for 2.
You try and
first base Kyle Yeager. So go ahead.
You try and keep this inning going here. Down by 3 runs again.
Snap throw over to first. Runner gets back. Yeah, I remember Royals lost the first game of that ALCS in Kansas City. I believe they lost 1-0. And I can even tell you who the pitcher was. That ball's fouled away. Charlie Liebrandt
Wow.
is on the mound for the Royals.
Amazing.
Another backstory to that. Yeah, another backstory to that is that the Orge brothers played against each other. If you remember them, Dane Orge and Garth
Yes.
Orge.
Now, Dane, which played third base?
Garth Orge was and that snapped down to second base. And so the runner tries to steal. He is unsuccessful and thrown out at second. We'll get back to reliving the 80s when we get back into the when we get to the top half of the fifth inning. So after 4 innings, the Bulldogs trail 6-3. They try and get a little something going there by trying to get a base stolen, and they can't get it done. So we'll go to the the scoreboard just went out on me. We'll go to the top half of the fifth inning, and 6 runs on 7 hits for Westfield, 3 runs on 10 hits for the Dogs, and an error for each team. Spring is here. It's time to get that outdated jewelry a makeover. Diamonds are forever, but styles change and mountings wear away. Let the professionals at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg help you create a fresh and unique custom design. Nelson Jewelers offers an in-house jewelry repair shop to ensure your jewelry receives the utmost care. Visit Nelson Jewelers for all of your jewelry needs at 22 East Main Street and online at www.nelsonjewelers.com. A little out of the way, very much out of the ordinary. Special thanks to all of our sponsors and all of you who are joining us on audiosportsonline.com. You can watch the webcast and see actual moving pictures of the baseball game as we have a camera here in the booth. And those of you joining us on xrbradio.com, XRB Radio Brownsburg, we thank you for listening. I'm Troy Weimer along with Chris Worley. A windy Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg, and the Dogs trail 6-3, Chris, as we go into the top half of the fifth inning.
Rob and I talked about it a little bit in our last broadcast, but I'll bet, Troy, you've been around here for a while. I bet you missed the classic old scoreboard.
You know, I do miss the scoreboard, and I actually was we were talking about catchers earlier, and, you can usually, at the old scoreboard, you used to be able to look up and see the guys who had played before.
Right.
Tucker Barnhart's name was up there and stuff like that, and that stuff's not up there. So hopefully the school can maybe get that scoreboard back to kind of what it looked like, and even had the name, Mary Beth Rose Park up there and so forth, stuff like that.
I think that's important, yes, to get that return.
But what is most important about a scoreboard, especially to a broadcaster, is that it works.
Yes.
And so
we're back online.
Yeah, that one does work, and that's a good thing. The first pitch misses for a ball, one ball and no strikes. Big swing and a miss, 1-1.
Dalton Carter came on in relief the last inning. He starts this inning.
Dalton Carter, like Chris said, did come in and relieve McCoy in the last inning. A little breaking ball, got him looking.
Good pitch.
That was a really nice pitch. As Jacob Robinson just kind of stood in there, and it curved right in on the black on the inside corner for a strikeout. Really nice pitch by Carter. Here's Matt Kinney, the DH. He's a right-handed hitter. First pitch by Carter is low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
Trailing by 3, trying to rally here. It was good to keep that leadoff hitter off base, get that first out.
2 innings, the Bulldogs have allowed the leadoff hitter on, and both times that hitter has scored. That pitch gets away, goes back to the screen. 2 balls and no strikes now to Kinney. 1 out, nobody on base for the pitcher, Carter. And here's a 2-0. Strike 1.
All right, Troy, what year was it that the Cardinals and Royals played the World Series?
85.
I was going to say 86. Okay, 85.
Yep. The I-70 series, somewhere, either in my house or my parents', as the ball is lifted to the infield, second baseman Shipman hauls it in for the out, 1 down, is a pennant from the I-70 World Series.
Well, I'd love to have that.
I don't, no idea where it is. And I know my brother and I both had T-shirts as well, I-70 series, all that stuff. But yeah, 1985, the Royals played the Jays in the ALCS. Misses outside for a ball, 1-0. I think the Cardinals might have played the Dodgers in the NLCS, but I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly.
That's accurate or not.
I certainly remember that World Series. The fact that they met. 2 out, nobody on. Good work here by Dalton Carter in relief.
2 balls and no strikes. Second pitch is low for a ball. Here's the 2-0. In and down in the dirt. 3 balls and no strikes.
Dalton Carter's another guy on this team, and I've seen him as a senior here this year. Provides good leadership on the bench. You need good guys on the bench who will try and get your team going, cheer on guys, maintain a positive attitude, and he does that in a good leadership role.
So Carter walks Dietz on 4 pitches. Puts the runner at first with 2 out. And there's a leadoff hitter, Nathan Manwarren. So leadoff hitter comes up with a runner at first, but you do have 2 down. Carter snapped throw to first. Runner gets back. 6-3, top of the 5th. 2 outs. 6 runs on 7 hits for the Shamrocks. 3 runs on 10 hits for the Dogs. That one missed outside and a little bit high. 1 ball and no strikes. Down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Back to your earlier question about the Orge brothers, Chris.
Yes.
If memory serves me correctly, Garth Orge played third base as a utility infielder for the Jays. Dane Orge was a utility outfielder for the Royals.
There we go. IORG.
IORG. That is correct. Ball's inside. Breaking ball is lifted high to right field. Camping under it is Ish, and he hauls it in for the 3rd out. So no damage done in the 5th inning by the Shamrocks to the Bulldogs. They still lead Brownsburg 6-3 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence, all the fencing styles to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call us at 317-858-8648 or check the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all Dogs athletics. Well, it looks like as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning, Chris, that the starting pitcher, Trent Dean, will remain on the mound for the Shamrocks. He has given up 10 hits in this inning. A couple of base running errors by the Dogs have helped him keep the runs down. They only given up 3 runs on 10 hits so far, and his team leads 6-3 as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
They still have bullpen action working. It is that same Luke Dietz who has been warming up in the bullpen. I imagine any spot of trouble here by the starter, we may see a change, but he's trying to get the win here.
Hartnagel will lead it off for the Dogs. He was at the plate when the runner was thrown out at second base, so he gets a fresh start.
Leadoff hitter needs to get on base here any way he can. Wouldn't mind seeing take some pitches here.
Hartnagel was 2 for 2 as he came up in the bottom half of the 4th with 2 outs and a runner at first. The runner broke for second. He was thrown out. So here he leads off the 5th, and now he's 3 for 3. Lines it up the middle, base hit. Nice. Hartnagel has really shown a nice bat at the plate tonight.
Came in batting .406. I imagine that's up in the 420s now.
He's 3 for 3 in his 3 at-bats. Tyler Houston, the center fielder, has got Hartnagel at first base. Houston, the right-handed center fielder, steps in.
He's hit the ball well this game, too.
There's the delivery by Dean is fouled off down the third baseline. No balls and 1 strike.
Houston with 1 of the RBIs. Should have been 2.
No balls and 1 strike. Runner at first. Big swing and a miss. Strike 2.
Crowd picking up here a little bit. A few more people have come in.
It's keep forgetting what time it is, and that ball is lifted high in the infield. Settling in under it is Nelson, and he hauls it in for the first out. So runner at first, one down. Hayden Shipman, the second baseman, steps in. You know, the doubleheader always, you remember the old school Major League doubleheaders, the game would start at 6, usually. And then the crowd, you'd have a decent crowd to start, but almost always a sellout by the middle of the first game.
Yes.
People getting the 2-for-1 deal.
Well, that doesn't happen anymore. They have
Sure
these day-night doubleheaders now, so they can split the gate, get
Yep.
2 admissions.
That is correct.
Was that back in the 80s?
That was the 80s, and I think probably into the 90s. The traditional doubleheader. Runner at first, one out. Ball lifted high in the air to short. The third baseman Robinson and the shortstop Dietz have a little conversation about it. Dietz hauls it in for the second out. So leadoff hit by Hartnagel, back-to-back infield pop-ups by Houston and Shipman. And here's Hunter Liam, the left fielder.
Two out now. Runner still at first base.
Throw to first, and Hartnagel gets back.
Troy, we could ask Shane Ray back at the studio, what was the number one song in 1985 or 86? I'm sure he would come right up with it.
In the fall of 85. Ball lifted foul. Strike one. So Hartnagel is at first base. He's 3 for 3 and also proved aggressive on the base paths.
Yes.
He's run the bases very well.
Liam needs a base knock here to try and keep this this inning going.
Liam pops it up. Petcher coming back and makes the grab. So, in a nutshell, the Dogs pop out in the inning again. Hartnagel leads it off with a hit. He's 3 for 3. And then back-to-back pop-ups that do not leave the infield. One of them in foul territory for the Dogs. And after 5, it's Westfield 6, Brownsburg 3. 6 runs on 7 hits and an error for the Shamrocks. 3 runs on 11 hits for the Bulldogs, and also an error on the Brownsburg side as well. Thanks, everybody, again for joining us on audiosportsonline.com, where you can see the webcast and the audio of the game. And those of you joining us on xrbradio.com and XRB Radio Brownsburg, we thank you very much. Thanks to Shane back in the studio for getting us all hooked up there. You're listening to Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball, the Brownsburg Bulldogs and the Westfield Shamrocks from Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg, Indiana, where it is sunny but cold, and then we had a stiff wind blowing from left to right that's definitely played a role in this game so far. Again, 6 runs on 7 hits and an error for the Shamrocks, 3 runs and 11 hits, an error for the Bulldogs. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro polishing service. They're located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958.
Troy, is the Westfield catcher, is that Bailey Partlow?
Yes.
He made a nice play on that foul ball. He threw his mask off and sprinted back to the rear fence and made a nice catch there.
He did. He came up out of the stance very quickly, got the mask off, and then hauled the foul ball in. Brownsburg Hartnagel leads off the inning. It's for the Dogs, and with a base hit and then 3 pop-ups back to keep him from advancing.
Dalton Carter still working as a pitcher here for Brownsburg. No action in the Brownsburg bullpen.
Chris Ayers, the right fielder, in there. 3 balls and no strikes. Here's a 3-0. Misses outside. So the leadoff hitter's on for Westfield. They have a 3-run lead here in the top half of the 6th inning.
Catcher Yeager going to go out and have a talk with Dalton Carter. I have him for 1 strikeout and 2 base on balls so far in his relief work here.
Here's number 23, like Chris said, Bailey Partlow, the catcher. Made a nice play on a foul ball last half inning. Carter looking on, runner at first, nobody out. Ball's down low and away. Might have got a little dirty. 1 ball and no strikes. Nice play by Yeager. Keep the ball in front of him. Throw down to second. The runner going. Little miscommunication there between the shortstop and the second baseman, I think, about who was covering.
Decent throw, just a tough play. I think the runner would have beat it out anyway.
Yeah, had a nice jump. So now runner at second, nobody out. 1 ball and 1 strike to Partlow. Looking on is Carter. Here's the 1-1. High and away for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
We do have action now in the Brownsburg bullpen.
Throwing down there is
He has not been listed. He's number 11. I've seen him before this year, Troy, but he's not been listed in some of the lineups.
ball is popped up behind first base and hauled in by the second baseman Shipman. Max McCool, number 11. Max McCool throwing in the bullpen for the Bulldogs. Oh, never mind. Max McCool plays for Westfield, so that's not him.
We're going to recheck this. Hang in there.
We do not have a number 11 listed on the roster for Brownsburg, so we don't know who that is. We'll have to send a runner to find out. Runner at second, 1 out. Snap throw back to second. Runner back safely.
Now from Westfield, first baseman, number 5, Cole McCrary.
McCrary led them in RBIs coming in with 13. I know he has at least 2 this game for 15. He's had a good day so far.
McCrary, the right-handed hitting first baseman, takes a breaking ball for a strike. 0-1. Six to 3 Westfield, top half of the 6th inning, 1 out. Runner at second base for the Shamrocks. That ball is popped up behind second base. Going back out is Shipman, and he makes the catch. Gets the ball back in quickly. The runner goes nowhere. So now a runner at second and 2 outs.
Now up, center fielder, number 10.
These last 2 outs have been 2 good plays by the second baseman Shipman, ranging into short right field with that wind blowing. Both those were a challenge. He handled both of them nicely.
Nice communication with the right fielder Ish as well.
Good.
Keep 2 gloves off the ball. First pitch to Shaw is a ball, low and away. 6 to 3, top of the 6th. Runner at second base, 2 outs. On the mound is Carter in relief of McCoy. That one misses inside. 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0, big swing and a miss on that breaking ball. 2 balls and 1 strike, and the Shamrocks have had trouble with the bender this entire game.
Brownsburg would like to get this 3rd out, head to the 6th inning.
Dogs have been hanging around. They've been getting some hits and threatening a little bit. That pitch misses outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. This is the big hitter, I think, for Carter.
Yes.
A runner at second and 2 outs. 3 balls and 1 strike. High and inside, ball 4. He walks him. So that puts runners at first and second with 2 out. Dogs trail by 3.
We may have a pitching change.
Now up, the second baseman, number 2, Alex Nelson.
Coach Manley on the way, crossing the third base line, headed to the mound. All the infielders and the catcher will meet at the mound, too.
Manley
move
comes
yet.
out, like Chris said. The Manley comes out to the mound. Draws in the infield.
No pitching change.
Looks like Carter will remain on the mound right now. Wind still blowing stiffly. Has not let up at all from left to right. Flags are straight out. Runners at first and second. 6 to 3 Westfield. Top half of the 6th. 2 out. Here's the pitch. High for a ball, ball 1.
Big situation here. That walk put a runner at first, but it also, we have runners at first and second. Sets up a force play.
Inside corner for a strike. Strike 1, 1-1. Carter looks on, gets the sign from Yeager. Here's the 1-1. Grounded to the left side. Nice play again. Another low throw. Got him.
Sam dug that out of the dirt over there at first base.
So Sampson with another nice play at third. Bounces in on the one hop to Comer. Comer comes up with it, and a nice play at first base there to probably save a run and definitely help protect this lead a little bit. And it's after 5.5 innings, we will go to the bottom half of the 6th. Westfield 6 and Brownsburg 3. Thanks, everybody, again for joining us on audiosportsonline.com. And those of you that are listening to us on XRB Brownsburg, radiobrownsburg.com, we thank you all for joining us for Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball live from Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg, Indiana. Nice crowd on hand, especially considering the fact that everybody's bundled up in blankets, and it's very unspring-like today here in Indiana. It's a nice blue skies with some white clouds and a nice, stiff, cold breeze blowing from the left field foul pole right to the right field foul pole. We've seen that wind definitely have a little bit of an effect on the game so far today with some fly balls in the outfield and so forth, and some really nice plays defensively by both teams judging that wind and being able to convert those tricky fly balls into outs. As we go to the bottom half of the 6th inning, on the mound, remaining on the mound for the Shamrocks is Trent Dean, the starting pitcher. He is responsible for all 3 runs for Brownsburg. The Dogs have knocked the ball around. They have 3 runs on 11 hits and only 1 error through 5.5 innings. 6 runs on 7 hits and also an error for the Shamrocks. And as the Bulldogs come to the plate here in the bottom half of the 6th, they trail 6-3. And leading off the bottom half of the 6th will be the DH Cody Gill. Gill batting for the pitcher Carter, who is in relief of the starter Ty McCoy. Dean looks on. And here's the pitch. Outside for ball 1. Cody Gill, the right-handed hitting DH for the Dogs. Two balls and no strikes.
There you go.
Here's the 2-0. High, ball 3. The Dogs could definitely benefit to having a leadoff hitter on base here in their half of the 6th in their first strike, 3-1. Cody Gillen, the DH. Here's a 3-run. Taken to right field for a hit. So Brownsburg mission accomplished for the leadoff man as he's at first base with nobody out here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. That brings a pinch hitter, which I think number 8, Jason McGowan. He's a sophomore, right-handed hitter.
Now, number 8, Jason McGowan.
Jason hasn't played too much this year, Troy, so we'll see what he can do here.
He's listed as a right-handed pitcher and an infielder. So interesting to see if the double switch might be on. The ball gets away, and that'll send the runner to second base. So a pass ball, looks like a pass ball most likely, by the catcher Partlow, sends the runner down to second base.
It's good news, keeps the double play away. Brownsburg with a chance here to cut into this Westfield lead. It's getting late in this first game.
Cody Gill advances to second on the pass ball. Jason McGowan is the pinch hitter, and he's hitting for Caleb Sampson, the third baseman. High and outside for ball 2, 2-0. You wonder what kind of a short string the Dean's probably on at this point in the game, Chris, up 6-3, and with 2 innings now, there's been action and there's current action in the Westfield bullpen. High ball 3 to McGowan. So runner at second.
You know, it's become a more and more of a stat now in baseball, and I know it's at the major league level, college too. I don't know about high school; they're so young and have young arms. But pitch count for
Yes.
a pitcher. I don't know what his is, but he's thrown a few pitches here today.
In there for a strike, 3-1, and yeah, he has a lot of hitters going with 2 balls and 2 strikes, or even to a full count
Yes.
on both sides of both the teams. While they're at the plate, taking the pitchers deep into counts. 3 balls and 1 strike. Runner at second, nobody out. That ball's hit to right, base hit. That'll score a run. Rounding third and trying to score is Gill, and he will. And the Dogs have a run across on back-to-back base hits and a stolen base here in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Little used Jason McGowan comes through with a big hit, and that was a nice opposite field hit. 2 back-to-back opposite field hits by right-handed batters going the other way as plated a run here, and it's 6-4 now. Brownsburg inching closer.
Sam Comer's due up. He will hit. Number 7, Caleb Sampin, the sophomore, will pinch run for McGowan at first base.
Sam has 1 home run on the year, and now we're going to see a pitching change for the Westfield Shamrocks.
So Trent Dean gives up 4 runs on 13 hits over the course of 5 innings. Like we said before, the couple of mental errors by the Dogs on the base paths really killed a couple of rallies, and they were really in a real good position to already have the lead in this game if it wasn't for that.
And all those errors that head coach Mattingly so displeased came in the first inning or the second inning, so just a poor start. Since then, things have gone okay for the Brownsburg Bulldogs, so I don't know, maybe a tough day at school for these kids before the start of the game. But
senioritis is, or end of schoolitis for those that aren't seniors,
yes.
Maybe kicking in a little bit. Luke Dietz will come in out of the bullpen for the Shamrocks and pitch. He's a right-handed pitcher. Again, Dean started the game. Trent Dean gave up 4 runs on 13 hits, scattered 13 hits really, even though the Dogs got 4 runs out of it through 5 innings.
You know, Troy Brownsburg coaching staff met with both the hitter, Sam Comer, and the runner, Sampin, and they continue to have a long meeting with both assistant coaches, base coaches, active down the third base line here. I'm not sure what strategy they're discussing here, but now the runner will head back over to his spot at first base as Big Sam Comer gets set to step in the batter's box.
Caleb Sampin, the sophomore, was pinch running for McGowan, who was the pinch hitter. And now Comer, the first baseman, the right-handed hitting first baseman, will step in. Little meeting at the mound between the Westfield coaching staff, the catcher, Partlow.
Nobody out, a run in, 6-4. We got a close game now.
And the new pitcher, Luke Dietz.
First game of 2. You want to stick with us. Another game coming up.
So Comer steps in, no outs, runner at first, and a run across by virtue of a base hit and then a pass ball, which gets the runner to second. And then on the second hit, he scores from second base. A lot of nice hustle on the base pass this inning for the Dogs. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Dietz looks in. Here's the 0-1. Bounces it in there for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the Dogs have scattered 13 hits over 5 innings. Here in the bottom half of the 6th, they got a run across. Snap throw to first. He almost got him. That's not another mental error that the Bulldogs need.
Close down there at first base on that pickoff attempt.
So Dietz with a nice move to first, so we've seen that part of his repertoire already. Pitch misses outside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Sam being patient in this at-bat, taking some pitches.
Big at bat for Sam Comer, the first baseman. Here's the 2-1. Misses down and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kyle Yeager, the catcher, scheduled to hit next. Looks like he will hit. 3 balls and 1 strike to Comer. The pitch fouled it away. He'll take the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Big situation right here, Troy. Full count. Nobody out.
Ball's lifted to center field and brought in. So Comer takes a 3-2 pitch to center. And the center fielder, Shaw, brings it in for the out. So runner at first, 1 out now. Kyle Yeager steps in.
Big situation hitting here for the Brownsburg catcher, Kyle Yeager.
Yeager, the right-handed hitting catcher, steps in. Snap throw to first, and the runner's back. The Dietz with a really nice move. Six to 4, Westfield leads the Dogs here. Bottom half of the 6th, a run across for Brownsburg. Runner at first, 1 out. Here's the 0-1. Squared around to bunt, does not. Throw down to first by the catcher, Partlow. The runner gets back. Dietz looks on. Here's the 1-1. Lifted high and deep to left field. That ball's going to stay in the ballpark, and Shaw brings it in.
Wind died down just a little bit. It did not blow that ball too much to right field or cause the center fielder much problem on that. Long fly ball to center field.
You're right, Chris. Looking at the flags, they're still blowing left to right, but not nearly with the fervor that they were through the first part of this ball game.
Yes, sir.
Here's Garrett Ish, the right fielder. Runner at first with 2 outs. Ball driven to left field, and Manwaring came in and thought he might have had him beat over his head a little bit, but he makes a nice catch in left field on the line drive. So after 6 to 4, the Dogs get 1 run on a couple of hits in the bottom half of the 6th. And after 6 innings, the Shamrocks lead it 6 to 4. 6 runs on 7 hits and an error for Westfield. 4 runs on 13 hits for the Bulldogs, an error for both teams as we go into our final inning of play. Real important here, Chris, that the Dogs make a little bit of a stand and keep this thing within 2 runs and see what we can get done in our half of the 7th inning.
Yes, they have to hold them right here, Westfield, that is, at 6 runs. Can't afford to allow any more. Looks like Dylan Carter's still on the mound here in a relief role. Ty McCoy had a decent start. Not all his fault today, but Carter came on in relief, I believe, in the 4th inning, and has done a good job so far in holding Westfield to 6 runs total. Westfield trying to remain perfect in conference play. They came in 6-0. If they can get this one, they'll be 7-0. Bulldogs will have another chance no matter what happens here, though, as we do have a second game today, a doubleheader. Yesterday's game was postponed due to inclement weather at Westfield, so Brownsburg with 2 here at home today on this sunny but cool evening.
It's one of those things that the Dogs have found themselves in the situation a couple of times this year.
Yes.
Is not playing the game they're scheduled to play at their place because of a rain out the day before. They start off the season at McCutcheon that way, I believe.
Yes. Yeah.
And ground ball to third. Long throw over by McGowan, and nice play by Comer. He comes off the bag and makes the tag on the helmet and gets Robinson. So McGowan, who just came into the game for the Dogs as a pinch runner, goes in and replaces Sampson at third base. and makes a nice play there. Nice play by Comer over at first. Number 32, Matt Kenny, the DH in there now, the right-handed hitter. 1 ball and no strike to him, 1 out, nobody on. In there for a strike, 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Fouled right back at us, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 6-4 Westfield, top half of the 7th, 1 out, nobody on. Big swing and a miss for the strikeout, and there's 2 down. Dalton Carter has done his job, Chris. He came in with 6 runs on the board and trying to hold, as Brownsburg really has to feel like they can get in this, they can still win this game.
Yes.
If they can keep this thing as a 2-run game going into their half of the 7th.
Carter, the senior, with a nice relief appearance here today in the first game.
Dalton Carter comes in relief of Ty McCoy. First pitch is a ball, 1-0. That one's also inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Jake Dietz. Ball's lifted high to center field. Shaw's trying to track it down over his head and all the way to the wall. And Dietz is going to be in there with a stand-up double with 2 outs here in the 7th.
Well hit ball, long and over the head of the center fielder. Bounced against the wall. 2-out double here by Westfield.
So Dietz, a double to dead center field, beats the center fielder Shaw. And here's the left fielder Manwar, made a nice play to end the last inning. He's up there batting left-handed. Runner at second. 2 outs. The first pitch is a ball, 1-0. Carter looks at the sign from Yeager. Here's the 1-0. Outside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Carter looks on. Gets the outside corner with that one for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Really painted the black there.
Good pitch on the outside.
Runner at second, 2 out. Here's the 2-1. In there, throw down to third, and they got him. Not even close at third base.
Good alert play by catcher Yeager there for Brownsburg.
Nice play by Yeager to get the ball down to McGowan for the out. Or Sampson, that's Caleb Sampson at third base. Sorry, McGowan was the pinch hitter that he replaced. So the Bulldogs will go to the bottom half of the 7th. They trail by 2 runs, 6 runs on 7 hits and an error for Westfield, 4 runs on 13 hits for the Bulldogs, and an error also for Brownsburg. We go to the bottom half of the 7th inning. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for this, what's been an entertaining game here, this first half of a doubleheader for the Bulldogs.
Who you got coming up in the lineup here, Troy?
I believe it is the top of the order. I think it should be Hartnagel, Houston, and Shipman. Yeah, it is. Hartnagel, Houston, and Shipman to lead off. Top of the order for the Dogs. So they couldn't ask to be in a better position there to try and win the first half of this doubleheader.
Luke Dietz will continue his relief work here for Westfield as Hartnagel steps into the batter's box to lead off the bottom of the 7th. Brownsburg needs to rally here.
Hartnagel will try and get a little something started, and he's just the guy to do it tonight as he's 3 for 3 from the plate. I believe he scored a couple of runs as well. Dietz on the mound for Westfield, and he delivers the first pitch, and it's down and away for a ball, 1-0.
I like taking that first pitch there too, Troy.
I do too. As the Brownsburg crowd and the dugout comes alive a little bit, ground ball, and that's going to be a really tough play. Deep in the shortstop hole, he's safe at first. Oh!
Well, the booth here feels he's safe, and there goes Coach Mattingly sprinting to first base to talk to the umpire.
I mean, I got to tell you, Chris, I didn't even really think that was close. So, I'd get thrown out if I was him. That was awful. So nice hustle by Hartnagel. He hit the ball deep in the shortstop hole. The other Dietz in the field for the Shamrocks makes a play deep in the hole, fires a nice throw over, but Hartnagel just too fast. Looks like he had it beat by a couple of, maybe even a step and a half or a couple steps. That the umpire sees differently and calls him out.
Coach Mattingly now giving an earful to the home plate umpire on his way back to his third base coaching spot. He has been angry most of this game.
Coach Mattingly had a little.
Everybody in the booth here thought he was safe at first. I can tell you that.
Well, stepping in to try and make up for that, it's Tyler Houston, the center fielder. Tried to stop a swing, could not on the inside breaking ball, strike one.
You know, and down 6-4 here in the last inning, that was an important out.
That's a huge out. Huge call at first base.
First batter.
Ball bounces, tries to bounce one in there. 1 ball and 1 strike. In there for a strike, 1-2. Tyler Houston, the right-handed hitting center fielder for the Dogs. Here comes the 1-2 by Dietz. High fastball is lifted over in foul territory by first base. And coming over is McCrary to make the catch. So the Dogs are down to their last out here in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
Now up the second baseman, number 2, Hayden Shipman.
Hoping to get on base, keep things going. 2 outs.
Shipman grounds the ball to third. Nice stab over there. Long throw to McCrary, and that's the game. The Shamrocks take the first one. 6-4. Brownsburg definitely gets some metal on the ball. They get 13 hits through 7 innings. 4 runs on 13 hits and an error for the Dogs. 6 runs on 7 hits. 6 runs on 7 hits. And an error for the for Westfield. And Coach Mattingly is over there having some words with the home plate umpire continually here as we are between games now. So he's asking the home plate. Basically, I think what they're discussing is, you know, I think he kind of feels like that the play was so obvious at first base in the 7th inning with Hartnagel at first that the home plate umpire could step in and overrule that. We can even hear the home plate umpire saying that, no, I can't overrule that call.
That's not the first problem with umpires that Coach Manley has had this game, as well as the mental mistakes of his own players early in the game. He's got his jacket off now, and he's talking to his players at the Brownsburg dugout, and he is upset.
Coach Manley very animated throughout this game. The Bulldogs started off in the first inning with a kind of a series of throwing the ball around mental errors and just being a little bit of kind of sloppy with the baseball. And that's really was, as early as that was, kind of the point in the game where the Dogs got behind and couldn't make up for it, Chris.
That's right. Relief pitching by Dalton Carter, held them there, did the job. This one easily could have gone the other way.
Well, we will have a little bit of a break here before we start the second game. The first pitch of the second game has to happen before 7:30, and by all accounts it will. It's 7:05 right now. So for all of you that have joined us on audiosportsonline.com for the webcast of the game, and those of you listening to us on Radio Brownsburg, xrbradio.com, and XRB Radio Brownsburg, we thank you for staying with us and being with us for the first game. Hope you'll stick around for the second game, and we'll take an opportunity to pay some bills here. Spring is here. It's time to give that outdated jewelry a makeover. Diamonds are forever, but styles change and mountings wear away. Let the professionals at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg help you create a fresh and unique custom design. Nelson Jewelers offers an in-house jewelry repair shop to ensure your jewelry receives the utmost care. Visit Nelson Jewelers for all of your jewelry needs at 22 East Main Street and online at www.nelsonjewelers.com. A little out of the way, very much out of the ordinary. What is a good neighbor? It's somebody nearby who helps make your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs. So whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit State Farm agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence. All the fencing styles to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call ICR Fence Company at 317-858-8648 or check the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and is a proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all Bulldogs athletics. And special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro-polishing service. They are located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 718-0958. Well, the Bulldogs can't hold on. They can't fight back, actually, as they trailed from the onset here in Game 1 of this doubleheader. They lose the game 6-4. They did get a run across in their half of the sixth inning and tried to make a little bit of a rally. Couldn't get it done. And they fall 6-4 to the Shamrocks. So Westfield improves their record to 9-2 overall. They're 9-0 in the conference.
7-0 conference. 9-2 overall. 7-0 conference, Troy.
7-0 in the conference and 9-2 overall. Too many numbers in front of me here, Chris.
That's all right, and that drops Brownsburg to 6-5 overall, I believe.
I believe you're right. That takes the Bulldogs to 2-4 in the conference and 6-5 overall. So they came in playing 600 ball. They'll drop a little bit there. But they have an opportunity to just turn around and at least keep it even as we look to the second half of the doubleheader here at Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg.
Coming up in the week ahead for Brownsburg baseball, Saturday, an afternoon game at Speedway, and then a big home and away with rival Avon Monday, home here to Avon on what is being billed as Little League Night, so we should have a good crowd of young ball players here.
When is that? When's the league night?
April 29th, Monday.
Monday?
Against Avon, 5:30 p.m., and then at Avon on Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Brownsburg also has home games coming up on May 3rd against Lafayette Jeff, May 9th Harrison, May 10th Plainfield, and I will want to be at that ball game. Troy, I was at the fiasco game in the Hendricks County tournament when Plainfield walloped Brownsburg 27-14.
Yeah.
So that home game against Plainfield is May 10th. They also have May 13th against Zionsville. One more home game after that in the regular season, May 16th against Fishers. And before too long after that, sectional play will begin. So that was a tough loss here in the first game for Brownsburg.
I agree with you. I think
that was a tough one.
Anytime you put 13 hits on the board and you can't get you double the other team's at bats and you can't get the score, you can't get the win. That's obviously something that's a little bit troubling.
Troy, I am staying true to my word. I'm staying up here with you. I'm not going to talk to Coach Mattingly in between those games.
Well, at least you're not wearing an umpire's uniform, so you might be safe at this point in time. I wouldn't sneak up on him with that.
Still some Major League Baseball set for tonight. We got Toronto at Yankees. Burley for Toronto. Kuroda, the pitcher for Yankees. Texas is at Minnesota at 8 o'clock. Tampa Bay at White Sox. Baltimore at Oakland out late. You know, I'm kind of interested in that Oakland A's team with a limited payroll, somewhat like the Royals. Oakland's in first place. So you got Oakland and Kansas City in the American League with half the payroll of some of the big teams, or even less than half, and they are doing a good job this year. Also on the West Coast, LA Angels at Seattle. In the National League, had a couple afternoon games. I think, Troy, you gave us a score earlier that Pittsburgh had defeated Philadelphia. Do you have a Dodgers-Mets score?
I did. Dodgers won 3-2, I believe.
Thank you. Tonight, Cincinnati is at Washington. Bronson Arroyo for Cincinnati against Gonzalez for Washington. Cubs at Miami. Jackson against Slowey. And Colorado is at Arizona at 9:40. De La Rosa for Colorado. Cahill for Arizona. This weekend, Cincinnati Reds will be at Washington. Cubs at Miami. Cleveland at Kansas City.
What do you think about the start of Mr. Harper's season so far this year? Pretty impressive, huh?
Yes, no doubt. I don't have it in front of me, but I know he's up there in the league in home runs. Of course, home runs not the only thing that young man does.
Just a
RBIs, the ex-Kansas City catcher, leading now playing for the Mets, leads the National League RBIs with 22. Buck.
Oh, what is his first name?
John?
John Buck. Yeah.
Ryan Braun with 20. Brandon Phillips of Cincinnati, second with 21. So in between games here, fielding crew, like we said, they've done an excellent job with all the rain we've had. They're out brushing down the pitcher's mound, raking the infield, doing their usual fine work. Pitcher warming up now to start this second game. I believe that's Caleb Sampson. Is that number 7 out there, Troy, in the Brownsburg bullpen?
That is number 7, Caleb Sampson, who was at third base and will now be coming in came in the game as a pinch runner for McGowan. McGowan was actually a pinch hitter and got a base hit. And then he was at first base. Sampson comes in to run for him, then goes to third base the last game. So it looks like he might be our pitcher starting off the second half of this doubleheader. We don't have the lineup cards here yet. I would imagine the lineup will look somewhat similar. But we will see. I believe our scoreboard staff has gone to retrieve the lineup cards. So we will, once they get back, if that is the case, we'll have the starting lineups for you. Again, the Dogs lose. The first game of the doubleheader 6-4. Bulldogs scatter 13 hits over 7 innings. Out-hit the Shamrocks in the game. No home runs for either team in the first game.
Well, that's right. And with that heavy wind to right field, we would have thought there were some close balls out there, and the wind definitely played a factor, especially in the first half of the game. Looks like Coach Manley exchanging his lineup with the Westfield manager now. Troy, I did want to ask you something. You're around Little League Baseball a lot. We saw, especially with Ty McCoy, good use of the breaking ball in that first game. I know there's a little controversy about it, but at what point do you think Little Leaguers, it's okay to start teaching them to throw a curveball? You know, a curveball definitely puts a strain, if you will, or a different muscle action, a different movement of your arm. Should Little Leaguers be throwing curveballs, and at what age do you think it's okay to start them?
Well, I think that when it comes to the good thing, the most important thing for young pitchers when they're in that 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old range is mechanics. And and mechanics and control. So if you can get somebody that has good mechanics, keep your foot straight, keep your leg straight, stretch out your leg when you're pitching, use that mound to your advantage, push off with your hips, then I think that's the most important thing, and that keeps a kid having a healthy arm. Keeps him from throwing just with just his shoulder and his elbow. But it is very tempting to teach a grip and spin your wrist this way and start to throw a breaking ball, because if you can get a young man who's 10 years old or 11 or 12 years old who can throw a big breaking ball, he really is going to be successful at that age.
Sure.
In that thing, but I think it is a bit controversial. It's actually quite controversial in the baseball training places that you'll find all over. Some kids learn to throw a curveball, a really good one at 12, and never have a problem. And I think that it's really just kind of there's a little bit of luck involved, and there's some hit and miss involved.
Yes.
I guess that I'm not dodging the question, but I don't think there's really the right answer is I think that you teach good mechanics.
Yes. Good fundamentals.
You teach good fundamentals and mechanics to your pitchers, and once you do that, then hopefully they're not just using just their arm to pitch. And
at a Little League level too, I know that in this area, here West Central Indiana. Sure, there's a lot of good coaches with good experience, but I would imagine on some little league programs it may be hard to find a coach who can coach good pitching fundamentals.
It really
Do you find
is.
that to be true sometimes?
I do find that to be true. I think that you have very rarely do you have come across a coach in little league that is really a fundamentals teacher. And that's just a product that, I mean, these people that volunteer their time to coach, they take a lot of time out of their personal time.
But you think about the coaching and the assistants and available and camps and summer, winter programs. I mean, these kids nowadays, play a lot year round. I imagine the coaching and instruction kids today can receive, if you avail yourselves of those opportunities, are much better than the older days.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. I never had the opportunity to play travel ball because travel ball wasn't around
right.
when I was even when I was in high school and graduating high school. Indiana Bulls started in 1991, and that was kind of the first, widespread travel team. And of course now there's a lot of them. I was just having this discussion with somebody yesterday about travel ball and even just the teams just in Hendricks County that are around. There's quite a few of them, and that's really where guys get the opportunity to play as close to year-round baseball as you can in Indiana, and do a lot of traveling, get a lot of exposure, and that's how you get good. It was always everybody knows that in California and Florida,
right,
you've got great baseball players, and you always have. Along with a lot of other sports. I mean, a lot of other.
I think also and most of these kids do. A lot of kids play another sport.
Absolutely.
Of course, some of these baseball players play football also, or basketball, and I think that's good too. I think if they're in a year-round program of just one sport, they lose a bit of balance and the athletic opportunity and training and body development that other sports help with too. So don't you think it's important that they do play other sports if they are able to or can?
I do. I got myself kind of I was focused in on that my son was just gonna play baseball, and he's really fallen in love with basketball a lot. And so and now I'm starting to think that maybe that might actually be his first sport. And so but it is good. You talk about now today athletes are so much and almost any time you have a really, really good quarterback or a really, really good pitcher that's coming out of college or out of high school into college or coming out of high school into the pros in the baseball sense, that they're always more than a one-sport athlete. I mean, how often have you heard this kid is a great wide receiver, but man, was drafted by the White Sox in the third round and decided to play football. I mean, you hear that story a lot.
Sure.
And so I think it is very important. I think it makes them well-rounded, and it's good for conditioning. It keeps them athletic, and it's good for their bodies and stuff like that to get involved in. We do have the starting lineups that have been brought to us by our Crack Scoreboard crew, and we appreciate it. And this is what it will look like for the Westfield Shamrocks. Leading off is Nathan Manware, number 3. Number 34, Chris Ayers will bat second. Number 23, Bailey Partlow, the catcher, will bat third. Number 5, Cole McCrary, will bat fourth. Number 10, Chase Shaw, will bat fifth. Batting sixth is number 2, Alec Nelson. Number 7 is number 21, Jacob Robinson. Number 8 is Nolan Stites. And batting ninth is Jake Dietz, number 4. And pitching, who is the pitcher that closed out the game for Westfield in game number 1, will be number 25, Luke Dietz. Leading off and is for the Brownsburg Bulldogs is number 4, Hartnagel. Number 6, Houston, batting second. Number 2 and batting third is Shipman. Number 20, Liam, bats fourth. Number 13, Gill, bats fifth. Number 3, Yeager, bats sixth. Number 24, the first baseman, Comer, will bat seventh. Batting eighth will be number 16, Westridge. He'll be the DH. He'll be batting for our starting pitcher, number 7, Caleb Sampin, will be the starting pitcher. And batting ninth is number 22, Ish. He'll be playing right field. So there's the starting lineups for our second half of our doubleheader between the Brownsburg Bulldogs and the Westfield Shamrocks. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us, and we should be getting close to our first pitch here. The teams have obviously taken their plenty of infield and hit batting practice as this is the second half of a doubleheader. The Bulldogs dropped the first game 6-4 to Westfield.
Interesting that their starting pitcher is going to be the guy who finished that game. Isn't that what you had?
Yeah, that is.
Luke Dietz?
Dietz will be the starting pitcher.
On a cold day, he got some arm warm up and
Yep.
pitched the end of that game, so maybe a good move to keep that guy around here and start game 2. Some fans have still hung around. We got our left field pickup truck crew out there over the left field wall still in there. Everybody bundled up.
They've decided to stay. So, but I do long for, it looks like next week we should have some temperatures in the mid to upper 70s and sunny.
I hope so.
We
Troy.
would welcome that with open arms. I like it when we can have all the windows open in the booth. It makes the natural sound of the game a little bit more entertaining for our listeners. We do have the windows cracked up here today, so we can get some of that sound in here.
Coach Manley have a pregame meeting here before game 2 with his team. Very animated again. It doesn't look like he's upset right now after that first game, but he's making sure everybody is paying attention, listening up, and giving good instruction, hopefully, down there before this game, too.
Brownsburg, again, with a golden opportunity to gain some ground on the conference-leading Shamrocks. But Westfield takes the first game, so Brownsburg will look to try and keep things even with a win here in the second game. The wind continues to blow from the left field pole to the right field pole, although not nearly as hard as it was throughout the first game.
Caleb Sampson for Brownsburg's finished his warm-ups. Looks like he'll be ready to go here soon.
Caleb Sampson did play in the last game, as we talked about. Came in as a pinch runner and then moved to third base to finish game 1.
Now, weren't there 2 Sampson brothers on last year's team?
There were. And one of them is in college now. So now we have 3 Sampson brothers. There's 3 Sampson brothers, correct?
Sammy graduated early.
Okay. There you go.
Don't ask me my opinion on it because you won't like it. But he was supposed to be a senior this year.
So leading off the top half of the first.
Hey, Troy, I'm sorry. One more thing I wanted to ask you about as far as youth baseball. I know the rules on bats have changed recently. What do you know about the new BB Core bats and the little difference there? I know we've seen a change, certainly at the Little League level. I know that ball used to really come off the bats of these Little Leaguers, and they I'm not saying they softened them down, but I know there's been some rule changes with the bats. Give us what you know about that, Troy.
Well, I've been advocating myself, not that anybody was listening or cared, but that for a long time that we had to do something about aluminum bats in high school and college baseball. Little League was somewhat of an issue, but high school and college, especially at the college level,
Yes.
had really almost turned the game into softball.
Yes.
Is what you had. I mean, you'd have to be up 7-0 in a college game was not a safe lead. And I think we saw that in the College World Series on a national level. Those of us that follow regular season college baseball saw it a lot. And I think with the new BB Core standard is what they've done is they've always said, let's go to wooden bats, go to wooden bats. Not feasible for high school or college.
Right.
It's too expensive. The bats vary so much and so forth from player to player and their styles and how long it is and the ounces on the bat and so forth. So what they did is they did a really bold thing and they changed the standard and they made the aluminum bat more like a wooden bat. It reacts more like a wooden bat. It sounds a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
You still get that ting, but it's got a little bit more of a thud mixed into it.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Than it used to.
The field will be the home team on the scoreboard, and the Bulldogs of Brownsburg will be the guests.
I think that's really been good, and you noticed it last year in the College World Series. It really made a big difference, and I think it made it a lot more entertaining. And I like runs being scored, but I got to tell you, Chris, I don't get any satisfaction as a fan or as a baseball follower out of a 10-9 game. I just don't.
Right.
3-1, 3-2, 4-1, 4-5, 4-3, whatever. I'll take that.
Sure.
But I don't know. I don't know. I just don't get a lot of satisfaction as a fan out of that. And it was really on occasion. I mean, Florida State they would put up 22 runs in a game
Sure, all the
sometimes,
time.
and it just didn't feel like baseball. And I think they did a really nice thing with it. And the safety measures. I always went back to pitcher on the mound. And can you imagine playing third base for Mississippi State?
Talk about a hot corner.
Playing Auburn when Bo Jackson played for Fed Auburn, when he's up there with an aluminum bat.
Killed.
And you're only 90 feet away from him.
Yeah, I know, especially in the college games. And I know it happened in Little League, too. Some pitchers got hurt. That ball just came back so fast, they have no time to react. So I think it's a good move, too. And I like the sound a little bit better. That ping got a little bit old. But so hopefully it's a good move.
And one of the good things about it is they adopted a standard that is it's a national standard for bats now. So you don't have the like an ASA and NSA like you did in softball, the two kind of different standards. Now you have a national standard for high school and collegiate athletics when it comes to baseball, and of course Little League buys into that also and supports that. So it would be a stretch to say it's illegal to use the old bats, but they're not welcome in organized youth baseball leagues or in high school or college around the country now. And I think it's a really good thing.
I can tell you one thing that may not be a good thing about the new bats is, especially for little leaguers, they haven't gotten any cheaper.
No, they haven't.
You get I know a little bit from selling some of those bats in sporting goods that those, the top BB Core bats, top of the line DeMarinis, and those are expensive.
They are expensive. And luckily for us, we're in our second year of the bat for Little League for my son, so he didn't get a new bat this year. We'll probably get another year out of it.
Okay.
It's kind of like buying them a shirt. You buy it a little big at the beginning, so they can kind of grow into it. So, but yeah, I think we paid about $150.
Okay, that's not too bad. I've seen them much more than that.
Yeah, and that was for a smaller bat. He's 9, so it wasn't the high school level. So the Shamrocks will step out and take the field, and it looks like that it will be Dietz on the mound, but it's going to be a different Dietz. We will have number 30. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not Dietz. It's going to be number 34, Chris Ayers, that will be on the mound for the Shamrocks. Lineup card we received had number 25, Luke Dietz, on the mound. Yeah. But Chris Ayers will be the right-hander that will start the game for Westfield. While we are playing in Brownsburg, this is going to be a different game.
So Brownsburg will bat first here in the first inning.
Brownsburg, we're playing in Brownsburg. Brownsburg will be the visitor for this game because this is a makeup game for a game that was to be played in Westfield yesterday, I believe. Was it yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday. That they could not play in because of weather and field condition, and we are approaching that 7:30 time.
The lights just came on.
Lights are on. 7:29 is the time, and we need to get that first pitch in by 7:30 to play a complete game. And I think we'll get that done.
Shortstop Mike Harknagel will lead off this second game as he did the first, and he certainly had a productive outing in that first game. Troy?
I believe Harknagel was 3 for 3 in the first game. I don't think he got a fourth at bat. Oh, yeah. So he was actually 3 for 4. He was called out at first base on the questionable call at the leadoff the 7th inning. A lot of hustle out there by number 4, the shortstop.
Lead off the game for the Bulldogs. Shortstop, number 4, Michael Hartnagel.
Number 4, Michael Hartnagel, the shortstop, will lead it off for the Dogs. On the mound for the Shamrocks.
Batting average into the 420s after that first game now. We're about set to start. Game 2 of a doubleheader here.
Chris Ayers, number 34, the right-handed pitcher, is on the mound for Westfield.
Can Westfield remain undefeated in conference play?
Partlow will continue to catch in the first pitch by Hartnagel up there being aggressive, grounds it right back to Ayers. Quick throw over to number 5, Cole McCrary, the first baseman. And 1 pitch and 1 out to start the second game.
Let's see how this Brownsburg team responds here after a tough loss in game 1. Their manager, coach, very upset. Had a good talk with them here before game 2. Let's see what changes.
Breaking ball misses down in the dirt a little bit. 1 ball and no strikes to Tyler Houston, the center fielder. Here's the 1-0. lifted to second base and hauled in for the out. Alec Nelson at second base now for Westfield, hauls that in. So 3 pitches and 2 outs, top of the first for the Dogs.
Batting order, same as the first game here. The first 3 batters for Brownsburg.
Hayden Shipman, the second baseman, right-handed hitter in there, takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Here's the 1-0. On the outside corner for a strike, strike 1. One by Ayers. Drops in the dirt for a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Wind picking up a little bit, still blowing out to right field.
Ayers looks in. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Slap. That's going to be a tough play, and if it rolls foul. If that would have stayed fair, there's no way they were going to throw out Hayden Shipman at first base. The ball spins past the foul line. So 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. And ironically enough, number 2 at the plate, Chris.
There you go. Shipman, Brownsburg's leading RBI man and average-wise.
Way inside, steps out of the way, takes the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
He has 13 RBIs now to this point in the season, leading the team.
3-2 pitch is lifted past the third baseman into left field for a base hit. So Hayden Shipman is aboard with 2 outs. So the Dogs will have a runner at first with 2 down. No score here in the top of the first. Brownsburg is playing the role of the visiting team in the second half of doubleheader. This is a makeup game from yesterday, a game that should have been played in Westfield. And here's number 20, Hunter Liam. Breaking ball just misses for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
Nice sharp hit through the left side there by, by Mr. Shipman. He's on at first base.
Inside for a ball, ball 2. Shipman with the lead at second. Here's the 2-0. He steps off the rubber.
Well, it hasn't warmed up any, Troy.
Sure hasn't. Ball is lifted to the shortstop, and he hauls it in for the third out. So the Dogs get a hit, but nothing else across. And after a half an inning, no score here in Brownsburg. No runs on 1 hit for the Bulldogs. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us for the second half of our doubleheader here on AudioSportsOnline.com. It's where you can watch the webcast and hear the audio of the game. And also thank you for all of us that are joining us on XRB Radio Brownsburg, radiobrownsburg.com.
Pitching for the Bulldogs in the second game, number 7, Caleb Sampson.
Caleb Sampson will be the starting pitcher for the Dogs.
Tyler Yeager's still a catcher. He's going to at least start here in the second game, probably catch both ends of this doubleheader.
He'll be sore tomorrow. That's for sure. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro-polishing service. They are located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. What is a good neighbor? It's someone nearby who helps make your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs, so whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit Farm Agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Second half of a doubleheader. The Dogs dropped the first game to Westfield 6-4. The Bulldogs did get 13 hits over the course of that game, knocked the ball around a little bit. So they're playing the role, we will reiterate again, so you don't think that we're messing something up, of the visiting team. This is a rescheduled game from yesterday. So we'll go to the bottom half of the first. Westfield steps in, and leading off is Nathan Manware, the left fielder. Takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0.
Infield in the second game for Brownsburg, third to first. Third base, Cody Gill. Shortstop is Mike Hartnagel. Hayden Shipman at second base. And the first base, Big Sam Comer.
One ball and one strike. On the outside corner, paints the black for a strike. Strike two.
Of course, we have the same umpiring crew, and they had a little trouble there in that first game, especially with Brownsburg coach Mattingly.
The 1-2 pitch is fouled back. Manwaring stays alive. The count stays 1-2. Now, Coach Mattingly and the Brownsburg staff on 3 occasions, took some issue with calls by the umpires in the first game.
Right.
Everybody got to stay and play, as that's outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Now, of course, it did look like the umpires here in the second game have changed positions. They swapped. The umpire out in the field's gone behind the plate now.
Big swing and a miss and a strikeout. So Manwaring goes down on strikes. Caleb Sampson starts off the game with a strikeout. And here's number 34, Chris Ayers, the lefty. Manwaring was up there left-handed as well. Here's a pitch by Sampson, down and away for a ball. So did I. 2 balls and no strikes to Ayers. Ayers is the right fielder. Ball just high, missed. 3-0.
Falls behind here, 3-0. 1 man out.
Here's a 3-0 pitch by Sampson. In on the inside corner for a strike, 3-1. 3-1 pitch is lifted high in the air to shortstop. Hartnagel is camping underneath it and brings it in for the out. So the 3-1 pitch is popped out to Hartnagel at short. The Dogs will toss it around a bit. And there's 2 outs here in the bottom half of the first. Number 23, Bailey Partlow, the right-handed hitting catcher, will step into the box. First pitch by Sampson's a ball, 1-0. You figure, Chris, if Sampson can get Partlow here, that the Dogs have to be happy with this start compared to the last one, as that one's fouled away for the first strike, 1-1.
That's right, Troy. Last game, in the first game there, Westfield put up 4 runs in the first inning, and they went on to win 6-4. So, yes, shut down first inning here would be good for Brownsburg.
That pitch is down in the dirt, 2 balls and 1 strike.
The pros, or maybe college too, any ball in the dirt by a pitcher is automatically changed out by the home plate umpire. Here in high school, that ball goes right back out to the pitcher.
Ball is grounded foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I think there's some dollars and cents that has to do with.
No doubt.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom half of the first. Here's the 2-2, and it's fouled away.
It's a good fastball there. He fouled it off to the right side.
Real nice velocity on that pitch for Sampson. You could tell that even up here from the booth. Did it?
Rob was supposed to get us a radar gun this year, so
that would have been nice.
I haven't seen that yet.
Been nice. Maybe some of the 3-2 pitch, big swing and a miss, and Sampson set him up nicely with the fastball. Comes back with an off-speed pitch, and he can't catch up to it. So Sampson with a nice outing to start this second half of the doubleheader for the Bulldogs, Chris. And after 1 inning, no score, the Dogs will be coming to bat in the top half of the second inning.
Good pitch there by Sampson. Got 2 strikeouts in his first inning of work there.
Well, I thank all of our sponsors and all of you for joining us on AudioSportsOnline.com and XRB Radio in Brownsburg, RadioBrownsburg.com. I'd like to thank people at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg, State Farm agent Pete Fay, people at ICR Fence Company, and our friends Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products out in Danville for their sponsorship of Brownsburg baseball this year. You're listening to Hoosier Crossroads Conference baseball. Today, the second half of a doubleheader between the Brownsburg Bulldogs and the Shamrocks from Westfield High School. And the Shamrocks took the first game 6-4. And here we go into the top half of the second inning. And with no score so far, Brownsburg playing the role of visitor here in the second game. This game was a reschedule from a rain out or a weather out, I guess I should say, and rain out as of yesterday. I saw yesterday, Chris. I was downtown, and the Indians had an 11:05 first pitch yesterday.
Yes.
And I wouldn't have gone and sat in that ballpark for $1 million. I don't think.
I wonder, that 11 o'clock start, is that to draw some of the downtown lunch crowd? I don't
think
know.
So, yeah. Yeah. Well, and they had the businessman special. It's a 2 o'clock pitch.
I like that much better.
On Wednesday.
Yeah.
And frankly, I've been to some of those that have been so hot, I thought I was going to melt to my chair,
yes.
because they go out there in the middle of July or August. But always a good time at Victory Field. To get the opportunity, please take in some great professional baseball in what is an absolutely, that pitch almost hit him. It goes high. We start the top half of the second inning. Number 13, Cody Hill, who's playing third base.
A few yells from the Brownsburg crowd there and bench. That went right over the top of his head at a good clip.
Pitches in there for a strike, 1-1. But if you do get the opportunity, great facilities at Victory Field for the Indians, and great professional baseball here in Indianapolis, which has been a long-standing tradition here in the Indianapolis area. Swing and a miss for strike 2, 1-2.
Troy, I love going to Victory Field, but I'll tell you one thing I don't like. It's hard to hit a home run there.
It is.
There is not a lot of balls go out of that park.
Yep. It has that jut out in right center field, or left center field.
Mm-hmm.
Ball's fouled just past third base in foul territory. Count will stay at 1-2 for Gill. Gill playing third base for the Dogs in the second half of this doubleheader. That ball gets away. That'll be ball 2, so 2-2.
And too, when you talk about the Indians, I always liked it when they were a farm team of the Reds.
Mm-hmm.
Close by, and growing up here, we were always used to that. But I kind of like the Pirates being here. You developed the development of minor league players is so important to the Pirates because they don't have the big payroll they put some decent ball clubs here.
I agree with that. Swing and a miss by Gill. He goes down on strikes, so nobody on, 1 out, and they're in the top half of the second. It seems that Pittsburgh is a good organization overall.
Yeah.
They seem to have they have invested in some talent and trying to get their major league team up to par. And breaking ball just misses for a ball, 1-0.
And everybody who has been there, and I hear from when you listen to major leagues or whatever, but everybody loves that Pittsburgh major league ballpark.
It's a beautiful stadium, absolutely beautiful stadium. Kyle Yeager steps in now, and the ground ball down to third. They're going to call it fair. Long throw to first, and they got him. So Yeager grounds out to third.
Good throw there by the third baseman.
First baseman, number 24, Sam Comer.
Here's Sam Comer, the first baseman. Number 24, the right-handed hitter.
Westfield third baseman, same as in the first game, Mr. Jacob Robinson. He made a nice play there on that ball.
Nice play, nice throw, and then a nice adjustment at first base.
Yes.
By the first baseman, McCrary. 1 ball and no strike to Comer. Misses outside, 2-0. No score, top of the second. 2 outs, nobody on for the Bulldogs. Comer fights off an inside pitch, fouls it away for a strike, 2-1.
And it's been mentioned here before that for high school baseball, Brownsburg has every right to be proud of this field they've put together here.
Great facility. After some fouls that pitch away for a strike, 2-2. After some refurbing and a little reconstruction a few years ago. Reaches for a breaking ball that was outside and strikes out. So Comer goes down on strikes, and after 1.5, no score in the game. Second half of a doubleheader, Westfield took the first one 6-4. We're scoreless here through 1.5, Chris.
That was a nice breaking ball in the outside corner by Westfield pitcher Chris Ayers that got that strikeout for the third out.
It's one of the few pitches I've seen a Brownsburg hitter today really fooled on.
Yes.
He was really out there stretching and reaching. You're talking about the ballpark in Pittsburgh. Been there, and it is probably one of the nicer facilities in baseball. Comerica Park in Detroit, also really nice. Yeah. You know, at this point in the game, they're all really nice. I was in D.C. last year for a Nationals game, and
in the new park.
In the new park, really nice facility there. And I like how they've started to build the ballparks a little smaller.
Right. I was going to say in Pittsburgh, that's important.
Yeah,
they're not going to draw the big crowd, but you know, it really looks nice on TV. That's one of my goals to get there soon.
Yeah. It sits right next to Heinz Field in Pittsburgh, across the river there, and it is a really, really nice facility.
I'll tell you another area nearby that has really improved the area around their ballpark is Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I was there for a game last week, and they have developed a lot of bars, restaurants, nightclubs. Of course, it goes along with the new casino in that area, but it is really nice now going to a Reds game. Totally different experience, of course, than it was in the old days.
That was one of the complaints you always heard about people going to Cincinnati, even in the first pitch is grounded over to Hartnagel. It's short. He bobbles it, comes up a hard throw over to Comer, and they got him. So a nice recovery by Hartnagel after he juggled the ball, stayed with it, kept it in front of him, makes a nice throw.
Shows a strong arm there, too,
Yes,
Troy.
It does. But that was always one of the complaints you always heard from people, even after Great America was built, they would go to Cincinnati and the surrounding area wasn't that nice, and it just wasn't a cozy place to watch a game.
It is now.
Pitch by Sampson misses for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Number 10, Chase Shaw, the right-handed hitter in there for the Shamrocks. The 1-0's fouled away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Looks like Caleb Sampson's got a good fastball here this evening.
He does. He's shown a noticeable velocity on the fastball, something we didn't see in the first game from McCoy to start, but McCoy's breaking ball was fantastic. Here's the 1-1. Lifted high and deep to left field, and it's going to stay in the park, and camping underneath it is the left fielder, Liam. Hauls it in at the track, and I got to tell you, the wind had something to do with that.
He was battling the wind there all the way. Nice play.
I think if it's a calm day, that hits the scoreboard probably.
He went back a little bit, up a little bit, back a little bit, but made the catch for the second out.
I definitely thought that ball had a chance to leave the park. The wind kind of keeps it in, and a nice job by Liam to camp underneath it and get it. Alec Nelson steps in. Takes the first pitch on the inside corner for a strike, 0-1.
Two out here, pitch on the way, ball inside. Strike called. This home plate umpire may have a little more liberal strike zone than the first game umpire.
He's colder than he was in the first game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good point.
No balls and 2 strikes. Then he struck him out. Nice pitch in there by Sampson. And Caleb Sampson has really shown something the first part in this as he starts this second game.
That's 3 strikeouts in 2 innings I have him for.
3 strikeouts in 2 innings. We'll go to the top half of the third. No score here from Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg. Bulldogs and the Shamrocks engage in the second half of a doubleheader. Westfield takes the first one 6-4. The Dogs scatter 13 hits and 4 runs in that game.
You know, Troy, we can't see it from our position, but I noticed running in from the outfield, center fielder Tyler Houston had sunglasses on. The infield, at least the first part of it still, is in shadows right now, but with that sun setting, I know it's behind us here as we face center field and, of course, the diamond. I wonder if sun may become a factor for the outfielders.
I think it definitely will, as the sun is trying to set over to the left of us where we sit and shining over the Bulldogs dugout into the probably just about eye level until it gets behind the school that sits behind the Bulldogs dugout. Westfield throws it down, and we're ready to get the top half of the third underway. Leading off for the Bulldogs will be Tyler Westridge. He's the designated hitter. He's hitting for Caleb Sampson, the pitcher.
Westridge did not play in the first game, but seeing action here in the second. A 375 hitter, 2 RBIs. I've seen him get a couple big hits this year, so he can hit.
Westridge, a right-handed hitter. Looks in, and Ayers will deliver the first pitch. Misses down and away for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. No score here, top of the third. Westridge's a leadoff hitter for the Dogs in the top half. Nobody on base. Big swing and a miss. Took a hack at that one. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Tyler, a junior here, has been around the program a little bit.
Ayers shakes off a sign. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Ball gets away from the catcher, Partlow.
Swung over the top of that ball. That ball almost in the dirt at home plate.
Kind of dropping that right shoulder a lot, like a bit of a golf swing there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 by Ayers. Grounded down to third base, but foul. Nice hustle out of the box by Westridge.
Garrett Ish in the on-deck circle.
You have Ish, and then the top half, Hartnagel and Houston. High for ball 2, counts 2-2.
You know, their starting pitcher, Chris Ayers, out there in short sleeves. About the only player I see with short sleeve, or maybe a half sleeve. But
I'm in the booth, and I wouldn't be in short sleeves.
I would go with the long sleeves today. Most everybody on Brownsburg has.
The ball bounces in the dirt. Nice play by Partlow behind the plate. The count goes full to 3-2. Here's 3-2 pitch to Westridge. Fouls it away. Count stays full.
You know, today, too, Troy, I know you know this, too, from being around Little League Baseball. These young players have so much better equipment as far as keeping themselves warm.
Ball misses for ball 4, and Westridge will be at first base to lead off the inning.
You know, with the Under Armour, Nike makes long sleeve shirts and apparel, you know, that is meant to keep you warm and not, you know, be heavy as the old stuff was when we were kids.
Absolutely. No more sweatshirt under the jersey.
Right. Take advantage of the new technology as far as your apparel to keep you warm.
There's Garrett Ish, and they're going to play a little small ball. He squares around to bunt, but fouls it off.
We're already here in the third inning, so a little small ball to try and get a run and get a lead here might not be a bad idea.
Not at all. I like it. I think you got Sampson's proven he's pitching a good game. You know, you try and get 1 or 2 here. Move the ball around a little bit. Ish steps out, gets the sign from Mattingly in the third base coach's box. Westridge leads off at first. Snap throw. He's back.
You know, one thing I noticed from the stats too, and I've seen this so far this year on Brownsburg, is they're pretty good at playing small ball. If you look at the
missed a bunt, snap throw to first, safe.
Stolen bases, most everybody on the team has at least 1 stolen base. So, and I know they like to sacrifice, so they can do that. They can play the small ball, and let's see if it works out here. And
Ish missed a bunt that time. The count goes to 0-2. Now he's swinging up there, and he strikes out. A little off-speed pitch by Ayers. Ish was ahead of it, and 1 out. The runner at first base now, and the top of the order comes up with Hartnagel, the shortstop. Michael Hartnagel followed by Tyler Houston, and then Hayden Shipman will hit if they can keep things going. Strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Top half of the third inning, no score. Second half of doubleheader, the Dogs drop the first one 6-4. Ayers looks in. Here's the 0-1. Way outside for ball 1, 1-1.
The way Westfield's going so far this season, they're trying to build a resume as a top state contender. I don't have the state rankings, but
ball's
at this
grounded
point,
foul.
Right now they're 9-2 overall, and as we've said many times, undefeated in the conference.
Now, leading this conference has got to have them ranked somewhere, I would think, and being undefeated in the conference. McCrary's going to come over, the first baseman, and have a word with Ayers, the pitcher on the mound, as the home plate umpire goes, retrieves the ball from the Brownsburg dugout. Hartnagel at the plate. Whiffs at one on the that was outside, and he'll strike out. Well, I'll tell you, number 34, Ayers, the right-handed pitcher for the Shamrocks, has a lot of control over his pitches here early.
Looks good.
Here's Tyler Houston, the center fielder.
Brownsburg having trouble squaring him up so far.
Ayers steps off the mound. Westridge gets back to first base. Here's the pitch to Houston up the middle for a base hit. Westridge is going to try and advance to third. He will hold up, and he'll stay at second base after making the wide, aggressive turn there at second. So runners at first and second with 2 out. Single up the middle for Shipman, and for Houston, and here's Hayden Shipman, the second baseman, right-handed hitting second baseman with runners at first and second. No score here in the top of the third.
Shipman had an RBI in that first game. Here's Brownsburg's big hitter. He needs to get it going here in the second game.
No runs on 2 hits for the Dogs. No runs on no hits so far for the Shamrocks. First and second, 2 out. First pitch misses a breaking ball outside for ball 1.
That had a big break on it, Troy.
Big break. Thing just kind of floated in there.
Yes.
Ayers looks in, gets the sign from Partlow. And here's the 1-0. Ball's lifted in the air to left center field, charging hard. Coming over, the ball's going to drop. That's going to score a run. Throw to third will not get the runner. And coming across the plate is Westridge. Runners at first and third on the base hit by Shipman. And the Dogs lead this game 1-0.
Dropped one in there. Wasn't really well hit, but it was placed well and dropped in the outfield. Brownsburg takes the lead 1-0.
And that will put a smile on Coach Manley's face, I think.
Good. First time tonight. Two out. Conference on the mound here. Third baseman comes in. They may be, I'm not sure what they were talking about. Runners at first and third.
Runners at first and third, 2 outs. Stepping in there is Hunter Liam, the left fielder. Ground ball to first, and McCrary will take care of it himself. But the Dogs get 1 run on 3 hits in the top half of the third inning, and after 2.5, the Bulldogs lead it 1-0. What is a good neighbor? It's someone nearby who helps make your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs. So whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit Farm Agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. So second half of a doubleheader, the Bulldogs lead at 1-0 as we go to the bottom half of the third inning. The Dogs playing the role as the visiting team today in the second half of a doubleheader. This is a makeup from a game that was postponed due to the weather yesterday that was to be played in Westfield. The Shamrocks won the first game of this doubleheader 6-4. Dogs got 13 hits in that game, only able to get 4 runs across the plate. Caleb Sampin on the mound for the Dogs, and has shown through the first 2 innings that he's really got his good stuff working today, Chris.
Sure does. He's had a good fastball. Really looks good, and he'll start this third inning.
So leading off the bottom half of the third inning, Jacob Robinson, the right fielder. I'm sorry, Jacob Robinson is the third baseman.
Starts him with a strike. 3 strikeouts so far for Sampin.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. NBA playoff action, a score that just kind of gets your attention there, Chris. The Bucks lead the Heat 42-35 in the second quarter. Ground ball right side for a base hit, and leadoff hitter Robinson is on board for the Shamrocks.
Yeah, I watched the Pacers last night. Big win for them, up 2-0.
Playing great, aren't they?
Yes.
Very exciting.
Big Roy looked good last night. Did a good job. Got some points in the paint.
We do have some scores from the majors. Bottom half of the fourth from Fenway, the Red Sox lead the Astros 5-2. The bottom of the third, the Reds down to the Nationals 4-0 in Washington. The Royals beat the Tigers 8-3 earlier today.
Washington over Reds 4-0, was that?
4-0 in the third inning.
It's good.
Yeah.
Good news for Cardinals fans as they battle it out for first place in that division.
Toronto leads the Yankees 3-1. The Cubs and the Marlins. Miami leads the Cubs 2-1. That's in the bottom half of the second.
You don't have the attendance on that game.
No, I don't have the attendance, but I wouldn't take the over/under on it. I'll tell you that.
There you go.
I sure would.
I'd set the over/under about 7,000, maybe 8.
2 balls and no strikes now. Throw over to first. The runner gets back. Sampson looks on. Here's the 2-0. Grounded sharply past third base to the opposite field by the left-handed hitter. Getting it in quickly. It's going to stand as just a base hit, not a double. So,
you know, Troy, I think this inning here is important. You know, anytime your team takes a lead, and especially your first lead of the day in a doubleheader, you lead 1-0, you want your pitcher to come out there and get a shutdown inning.
Jake Dietz steps in, the right-handed hitter. Liam did a nice job in left field of getting that ball in fast. Dietz squares around to bunt. Snap throw down to second. They got him in a pickle. Throw to third. The runner falls down. He's tagged. He's out. So really nice heads-up play by Yeager, the catcher, for the Dogs. He gets the ball down to Hayden Shipman at second base, and they get the runner stuck in between second and third. So like the Bulldogs had in the first game, there's a little bit of a middle error running mistake, a base run mistake by the Shamrocks. Snap throw to first. They almost picked him off. Really close play at first base. So Sampson has thrown a nice fastball, a good breaking ball, and has got a snap move to first. So, and their first strike, 0-2.
And as you said, that was a good alert play by catcher Yeager on that.
Really nice job to keep his head up and get the ball down to second base. Here's the 0-2. Just misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at first. Dietz is in. Dietz playing right field. Right-handed hitter. Here's the 1-2. Big swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Yeager thought there was 3 outs. There was not. He's not the first person ever to do that, including
That's right.
myself.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah. I wasn't a catcher, but nonetheless.
Next up for the Shamrocks, left fielder, number 3,
Now, Yeager got up and kind of tossed the ball back towards the mound and then quickly grabbed the ball when he realized there was only 2 outs. Snap throw to first. Just gets back again. Sampson with a really nice move over there.
4 strikeouts now, too, for Mr. Sampson.
So 4 strikeouts through an inning or 2 2/3. Ball's high for 1-0. Nathan Manwaring, the left fielder, leadoff hitter for the Shamrocks.
You know, Sampson, a sophomore, but he gets a lot of playing time. He's played in 9 out of the 10 games. Well, now 10 out of the 11 games. Played out in the field in the first game.
Misses
now looking good as a starting pitcher here in game 2.
Looks really good. Misses outside for a ball, 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first. Snap throw over to first, runner back.
They are determined to pick him off.
It's number 24, Nolan Stitz at first base. Here's the 2-0. Oh, he got it. Oh, I thought that was strike 3. I thought I was calling an 0-2 count. It was not. It's 2-0.
Boy, that pitch really fooled him. He just stood there and looked at it, and his knees buckled.
2 balls and 1 strike. Really nice pitch by Sampson.
It really was.
Sampson looks on. Here's the 2-1. Just misses high. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 3-1. Driven high and deep to right, coming over and making the grab on the run is Ish in right field. So he squared it up and made a nice swing. Could not get it past the Ish in right field. So after 3, the Bulldogs lead it 1-0. 1 run on 3 hits and no errors for the Bulldogs. No runs on 2 hits and no errors for the Shamrocks. Sampson really pitching his heart out through 3 innings up there. He's got 4 strikeouts?
Yes, I got him with 4.
4 strikeouts through 3 innings. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors and all of you for joining us, whether you're listening to us on audiosportsonline.com, watching the webcast on there, or listening to us online at radiobrownsburg.com, or listening to us on XRB Radio Brownsburg. We thank you for joining us. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, Nelson Jewelers, Pete Fay, State Farm agent from Brownsburg, ICR Fence Company, and special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. Thank all of our sponsors of Brownsburg Athletics, Brownsburg Baseball. You're listening to Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball. I'm Troy Weimer along with Chris Worley. We go to the top half of the 4th inning. 1-0 Bulldogs. The Dogs will be batting in the top half, even though we're in Brownsburg. They're playing the role of the visitor in this makeup game. So Coach Mattingly, as I looked out the booth, got a smile on his face backing up into the third base coach's box there, Chris, and that's a big change from our first game.
We didn't see any of that in game 1.
None at all. None at all.
Cody Gill lead off this inning.
Cody Gill steps in. He's playing third base in this game. He was the DH in our first game.
Yeah, had an RBI. He's hitting over 400. Catcher Yeager in the on-deck circle.
Yeager made a nice play in the last inning and snap throw down to second to get a runner that was at second base, and Gill lifts it to left field, charging hard. That ball's going to get into foul territory and go as a strike. The count's 0-1.
A lot of foul territory room in this ballpark.
Yep,
Troy.
There is. Good spacing between the foul line and the bullpens.
Yep.
It's not very narrow down there at all. So Gill changes bats. Down the count 0-1. Ayers looking on, gets a sign from Partlow. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Troy, we talked about a little bit in the first game that the new baseball facility at Indiana University, IU. One interesting pitch on the way is a ball.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
2-1.
Down and away.
One interesting building concept they use there. The home bullpen is out beyond the left field wall. No stands around it. The visiting bullpen, however, is right in the middle of the right field, just beyond where the right field stands are, but there's a railing all the way that extends all the way out to the right field wall that people stand along. The visiting bullpen, I'll tell you, in a college environment, those college kids at IU worked everybody over that stepped into that bullpen.
By design,
for the visitors.
my friend.
I mean, they really gave it to them. It was rough.
By design. Full count now. Here's the 3-2 by Ayers. Hit up the middle and through for a base hit. So Cody Gill's aboard to start the 4th inning, top half of the 4th.
Brownsburg bench active, involved in this game.
Very
Yelling.
active and involved. Kyle Yeager steps in, the right-handed hitter. And catcher. Squares around to bunt. That breaking ball, it might have been best to pull the bat back there.
I would imagine with no outs, they're going to try and move this runner up, either by the bunt or hit and run or something. Don't you, Troy?
I would imagine so. I would say we'll probably see maybe another square around here by Yeager. He pulls the bat back, snap throw to first. Got him. Oh, he's safe. He dropped the ball.
Boy, these high school catchers love to throw behind the runners.
I got to quit making the call before the ump does. I got to tell you that, because the first baseman, McCrary, didn't hold on to the ball. If he had, I think he would have been out. And by a pretty good stretch. Squaring around, and there's a bunt right back to the pitcher. They will not get the runner at second. They throw over to first, and that's a sacrifice to move the runner over by Yeager. So Cody Gill moves from first to second on the sacrifice by the catcher Yeager. And now Sam Comer steps in. The first baseman, right-handed hitting first baseman for the Dogs.
High fives and hand bumps all the way back for Yeager when he approaches the bench there.
First pitch is a breaking ball inside on the inside corner for a strike, 0-1.
As we see here in Game 2, and just mentioned, the Brownsburg kids are active, involved, they're up, yelling. We have seen them come back from difficult positions or difficult situations in the next game. So far this year, they've shown some toughness. After that, what we would call a debacle, the Plainfield loss in the Henderson County Tournament 24-17, they came back that afternoon and won their next game and beat Cascade 11-1. So Coach Manley got these kids to come back from a difficult situation after a difficult loss in that Game 1. He's going to try and get it done here in Game 2.
Ball's lined back to bounce back to the pitcher, and another bit of a base running error by the Dogs as they get Gill trapped between second and third. He's caught in the rundown and tagged out. So
the smile is gone from Coach Manley's face.
There you go. You got to put a string of good things together as Tyler Westridge steps in, the right-handed hitter, number 16. You know, put a good string of things together. You get the base hit, you move the runner over with a nice bunt, and then something like that happens. So the Dogs lead at 1-0, top half of the fourth inning. That pitch is outside for a ball 1. Ayers looks, here's the 1-0. Way outside, the ball gets away. That'll move Comer to second base. So Comer advances on the pass ball. That was a wild pitch, probably, I assume. Opinion, Chris?
It broke so far outside, I almost think
it had to
I
be
do
a
think
wild
it's a
pitch.
wild pitch.
2 balls and no strikes, runner in scoring position. Strike, right, a little bit low, but right over the plate, 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. Dogs lead at 1-0, top half of the fourth, runner at second base.
Light's starting to have a little bit of effect as we move past 8 o'clock now here, almost 8:15.
Westridge steps in. Ayers gets the sign from Partlow. Ball down in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Two-out base hit. It'd be nice to pick up that runner from second base.
3 balls and 1 strike. Sorry about that. 3-1. And 3 balls and 2 strikes as Westridge thought he had ball 4. I don't think anybody else did, but he sure did. That was a nice pitch.
He took off running down to first base.
Count goes full 3-2 with 2 outs, runner at second. Ayers looks in. Here's the 3-2. Misses high, and that is ball 4. So the Dogs will have runners at first and second with 2 outs and a 1-run lead here in the fourth. Garrett Ish.
Next up for the Bulldogs, the right fielder, number 22, Garrett Ish.
Garrett Ish, the right-handed hitting right fielder for the Dogs, number 22.
We're going to see a change here, and the runner, Sam's going to be taken down from this game. Number 21 will enter the ball game.
Anthony Travelstead.
He will run at second base.
He's a sophomore. He will be coming in to pinch run at second base.
Troy, I was surprised that umpire called that ball outside after the way
Westridge
took off. I thought if it was anywhere near, he called a strike.
I was too. So Travelstead, the pinch runner at second with a big lead at second base. Westridge at first. They're not holding him. 2 outs. First pitch misses, 1-0. 2-ish. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Ish. That's in there for a strike, 1-1. Right fielder Ish in there. Ayers gets the sign from Partlow. Here's the 1-1. On the outside corner for a strike, 1-2.
Brownsburg needs a big 2-out hit here, leading 1-0.
Could use a little bit of padding. Westfield's proven that they can score runs in bunches. That's outside.
Good play by the catcher to keep that one in front of him.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Travelstead way off the base at second base. Scrambles back. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Misses outside. The count will go full. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second, 2 out for Garrett Ish.
Control at the pitcher wavering a little bit here. See if Brownsburg can take advantage of it. Full count, though. 3-2.
Ayers gets the sign from Partlow. And here's the 3-2. Driven to center field and down for a base hit. Travelstead will score. Runner will advance to third on the throw, and Ish will go to second. So the Dogs get a base hit to center field. Nice job of hitting there by Ish. He gets an RBI. Travelstead scores, and the runners advance to second and third on the throw to the plate.
Big two-out hit there by Garrett Ish.
Westridge at third, Ish at second. Travelstead scores, and the top of the order up, and here's Michael Hartnagel, the shortstop. Time called by the home plate umpire. The Westfield coach is going to come out and have a talk, Coach Burnell.
No action in the bullpen yet.
Come out and settle him down a little bit. Mattingly comes over to have a talk with Hartnagel.
That was a nice line drive hit into center field there by Ish. As big, as we said, with 2 out. You always like those 2-out RBIs. Those
Absolutely.
are always big, Troy.
Absolutely. 2-0 Bulldogs, second half of this doubleheader. They lose the first game 6-4 to the Shamrocks. Westfield atop the Hoosier Crossroad Conference. The record of 7-0 in the conference and 9-2 overall. Is that right, Chris?
Yes, that is correct.
Here's Hartnagel. Runners in scoring position. He's got 2 ducks out there. 2 outs. Ayers looks in. Here's the pitch. Misses low and away for a ball, 1-0.
Westfield will have some time off after this game. I don't show them having another game until May 11th against Decatur Central.
Up the middle for a base hit. 1 run is home as Westridge scores. Here comes Ish. He will score, and the Dogs lead it 4-0. Hartnagel, the MVP of these 2 games so far, I think without question, Chris.
Yes, I would agree. Another big 2-out hit for the Bulldogs.
Here's Tyler Houston, the center fielder. Right-handed hitting center fielder. So Hartnagel's at first. 3 runs are in. The Dogs lead it 4-0. Top half of the 4th. Misses outside for a ball, 1-0.
They have teed off on this Westfield pitcher here with 2 outs in this 4th inning.
That's up the middle and fielded nicely by the second baseman. Toss to second, they get 1. That's all they needed. Nice play by Nelson at second base. He flips the ball to Dietz for the out, and after 3.5, the Bulldogs get 3 runs in the top half of the 4th inning. They lead it 4-0. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro-polishing service. They're located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. Spring is here. It's time to give that outdated jewelry a makeover. Diamonds are forever, but styles change and mountings wear away. Let the professionals at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg help you create a fresh and unique custom design. Nelson Jewelers offers an in-house jewelry repair shop to ensure your jewelry receives the utmost care. Visit Nelson Jewelers for all of your jewelry needs at 22 East Main Street and online at www.nelsonjewelers.com. A little out of the way, very much out of the ordinary. Well, a tale of 2 games, Chris. The Bulldogs lose the first one 6-4 on what can be described, I guess, fairly some sloppy play over the course of 7 innings. They lead this one 4-0 with some aggressive, good base running. 1 base running error that we saw, getting caught between second and third, and some really good pitching from Caleb Sampson so far through the 3 innings.
Right you are, Troy, and he starts this 4th inning with a ball strike. Outside, he's shown a good fastball. Pitched well here in the second game. Everything going right for Bulldogs so far. They lead 4-0.
Chris Ayers is in there. Big swing and a miss for strike 2. So Caleb Sampson immediately has the number 2 hitter for the Shamrocks, the leadoff hitter in this inning. Chris Ayers down 0-2, goes high with a fastball. He won't chase it. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Left field pickup crew beyond the left field wall, still there.
Starting to grow a little bit,
Yeah.
I think, actually.
Yeah, we got 2 trucks.
2 strikes, and there's a ball lifted high and deep to right field, going back to the track, all the way to the wall, and it is gone. Garrett Ish gave it an effort, tried to climb the right field fence a little bit, but after going down 0-2, Chris Ayers, who is the pitcher for the Shamrocks, takes one deep and out of here to right field, and 4-1 Brownsburg.
It's his second home run of the season. Just carried over the wall for a minute there. It looked like Ish might have a play on it, but got over his head and over that right field wall.
And if you'll look at the flags, Chris, they've dramatically changed.
Yeah,
and
that was
we
not
really
wind.
Almost have no wind at all blowing from left to right. During the first game and the beginning of this game, a stiff breeze. Count goes to 1-1 on number 23, the catcher Bailey Partlow. Really stiff breeze blowing from left to right, but not now. Strike 2. Sampson seems like he's composed out there after giving up the home run. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ball is lifted to right for a base hit. That'll drop in. Ish will get it in. He stumbles the ball a little bit, but gets it in.
Sampson still with good velocity on that fastball. They've just got a couple hits here to right field. Of course, the big home run, and then that one, not really a line shot, but hit pretty well, dropped in front of the right fielder.
Partlow singles to right, and here's Cole McCrary, the first baseman. Swing and a miss, strike 1. So Partlow at first, McCrary, the right-handed hitting first baseman for the Shamrocks. Up there, no balls and 1 strike. Sampson looks in. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Good pitch there. Good off-speed pitch, Troy. Got strike 2 on the batter now.
No balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first, nobody out. Here's the 0-2. Whoa, just missed. High and outside a little bit.
Cole McCrary, their big RBI guy, so good pitching here by Sampson.
1 ball and 2 strikes. I think Sampson thought he had a strikeout there. Sampson looks in. Here's the 1-2. Nice pitch on the breaking ball. He really froze McCrary.
The knees buckled.
Strike 3 looking. So the backwards K for Sampson. Here's the center fielder, Chase Shaw, number 10, the right-handed hitting center fielder. Runner at first, 1 out. Pitch is lifted into foul territory. Drifting over is Comer, and he will make the catch, drifting over towards the dugout bench, or the bullpen bench, by the Westfield dugout. Really kept his concentration, knew where he was at. Nice play over there, and there's 2 down. So Sampson gives up the leadoff home run to the pitcher Ayers.
Then a base hit, but it's come back and worked really well against those last 2 hitters.
Base hit to Partlow, and then a strikeout and a pop out. And this ball is lifted to right field, and it's going to stay into fair territory, and Ish will bring it in. So Sampson does a nice job of recovering after giving off the leadoff home run to Ayers, his counterpart on the mound. And after 4 innings, the Bulldogs lead the Shamrocks 4-1 in the second half of our doubleheader. What's a good neighbor? It's someone nearby who makes your life a little easier. It's State Farm agent Pete Fay. He takes the time to understand your insurance and financial needs, so whether you're preparing for your child's college education or planning for your retirement, get the kind of help you'd expect from a good neighbor. Visit State Farm agent Pete Fay at 431 East Northfield Drive, Suite 100 in Brownsburg. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Thank you all for joining us for Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball on XRB Radio Brownsburg and on AudioSportsOnline.com, where you can watch the webcast. I'm Troy Weimer along with Chris Worley. We're at Mary Beth Rose Park in Brownsburg. The sun has set, and the lights are on, and it's getting a little colder, I think it's safe to say.
I would too.
Colder than it was even as we started. It is not Spring has not sprung that much here in central Indiana yet, and we look forward to some warmer temperatures next year. We've had a lot of weather postponements and so forth, not only in the high school ranks here, but the middle school ranks and in Little League Baseball in Brownsburg and the surrounding community. So we're ready to put that behind us. I remember last year on St. Patrick's Day, Chris, it was 79 degrees.
Is that right?
And this year it was 38.
So there you go. Yeah, it's April 25th now. You look at this crowd, you think it's, February 25th.
Yeah, it does. It reminds me of a late season World Series crowd in Detroit or something like that.
That's right.
Or Minnesota.
Right. That's right.
Hayden Shipman will lead it off for the Dogs.
Brownsburg's best hitter here. They'd like to build some more comfort into this 4-1 lead.
Ayers is still on the mound. Ayers is still on the mound for the Shamrocks.
Shipman swings through that pitch. Strike one.
0-1. And Shipman swinging at a pitch down and away, kind of in the dirt, goes to 0-2. Dogs lead it 4-1. Second half of a doubleheader. They're playing the role of the visitors in this makeup game, even though they're playing in their own park. And that pitch just missed on the inside corner. And very safe to say Shipman was fooled there. He did not.
Hunter Liam on deck.
We're having a phone charger discussion here in the booth. This brings up the fact that the iPhone 5 has a different charger than the iPhone 4, and that it's a far superior product. So I will not be charging my phone as we move into the game. The count is 2-2.
Struck him out on the inside corner.
Strike on the inside corner, and so down goes Shipman. One out, and that will bring up Hunter Liam, the left fielder. The right-handed hitting left fielder, number 20, Hunter Liam. That ball's grounded to short, coming up with it. Throw over to McCrary, and he's out. So Dietz gets it over to McCrary on the ground out. I think you'll notice, Chris, that everybody's cold because the pitchers are quick pitching like crazy.
Yes.
They're not taking a lot of time.
Batter swinging the pitches,
yep.
right.
Yeah.
But they're used to it so far, as we've talked about. They are used to that this year.
Here's number 13, Cody Gill. Here's a pitch by Ayers. Grounded back to Ayers. Fields it nicely, throws it over to McQuarrie, and the Dogs go 1-2-3. So we go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. Brownsburg leads it 4-1. 4 runs on 6 hits. No errors for the Bulldogs. 1 run on 4 hits, and no errors for the Shamrocks. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence. All the fencing styles to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call ICR Fence at 317-858-8648 or check them on the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all Dogs athletics. Special thanks to Sean Shipman and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro polishing service. They're located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. That's OEM Products. Thanks to all our sponsors and all of you for joining us on audiosportsonline.com to watch the webcast and audiocast of the game, and also listening to us on XRB Radio and RadioBrownsburg.com. We appreciate this. This is Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball. I'm Troy Weimer along with Chris Worley. 4-1, the Bulldogs lead here, Chris. Bottom half of the fifth inning we go in the second half of this doubleheader.
Next home game for Brownsburg against our Tribal Avon here Monday night. Should be a big crowd.
Monday night is supposed to be nice, I think. Supposed to be nice Monday night. Should be in the 70s, I think, and hopefully there'll be a nice crowd on hand for that game. Almost hit him up high and tight, and frankly, I don't think that Jacob Robinson appreciated that very much.
Right, it didn't look like it.
Look on his face. So Sampson goes high and tight, ball one, and then throws in a fastball over the top of the plate, and he fouls it off for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Caleb Sampson trying to continue his excellent work here in this game.
Pitched a heck of a game so far.
Only allowed 4 hits, 4 strikeouts.
4 hits, 4 strikeouts. One of those hits being a home run to right. The ball's fouled away back towards us. The count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bottom of 5, 4-1 Dogs. This game's moved along pretty fast.
This has.
8:30, the local time. We're just about an hour in. Nice play by Yeager to keep it in front of him. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sampson looks on, gets the sign. Here is the 2-2. Grounded to second base. Nice throw over to Comer by Shipman. And 1 out.
Next up, the DH, number 24, Nolan Stites.
Here's Nolan Stites, number 24. He's a lefty, the DH. Hitting for the pitcher, Ayers. He'll come to the plate. Down by 3, nobody on, and 1 out. Bottom of the 5th. Breaking ball over there for a strike. Nice pitch.
Good pitch there. Both dugouts in this game.
Safe.
All players along the fence, up and watching.
Very safe to say Sampson's got it working tonight. Fooled him completely with that off-speed pitch. He fell down almost. Strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. Brownsburg leads it 4-1. Bottom of the 5th. Caleb Sampson, a pitching clinic so far.
That was a good fastball. It missed, but it had good velocity on it here in the 5th inning.
Nice velocity on the fastball. Great movement on his breaking ball, and his location's been great. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1 out. Sampson looks. Here's the 1-2. Fouled away and out of play. The count will stay 1-2.
You know, this is an important start coming back from that rough game 1. An important start for Sampson, and he's filled the bill here in game 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out.
Grounded foul past third base. 1-2. He fought that one off on the inside corner. Pitch was kind of down and in. I think one of the things I've noticed that Sampson's good at in this game, Chris, you're talking about fundamentals earlier of young pitchers and stuff like that, is he's not up there trying to strike or get the guy out on every pitch.
Right.
He's got a setup pitch. He's going to try and make you chase one. He knows confidence enough he can go back to a good pitch if he's got to throw one kind of away. That ball's grounded between first and second for a hit. Diving for the ball is Shipman. He can't come up with it. So a base hit to right.
That one just found a hole there between first and second.
Little seeing eye single for Nolan Stites. And here's number 4, Jake Dietz.
Double play in order here.
1 out. Runner at first. Snap throw over by Sampson, who's shown he's got a very good move to first base. 4-1. Bulldogs lead it. Bottom of the 5th. 1 out. Runner at first. Dietz fouls one out of play down the right field line. 0-1.
Almost dark. Daylight barely holding on here.
Sampson looks in. Here's the 0-1. In their first strike, 0-2. Nice pitch on the breaking ball. Froze him again. That's about the 4th hitter we've seen there make their knees buckle, and Dietz will go back to the dugout, a victim of Caleb Sampson breaking ball.
5th strikeout, and that was on the very inside part of the plate against that batter. A beautiful pitch.
Here's Nathan Manwaring, the left fielder. Well, he's a left-handed hitter. Runner at first, 2 out. In there for a strike, another breaking ball. Shamrocks trail the Bulldogs 4-1 here in the bottom of the 5th.
I don't have any walks recorded for him. I don't know.
I don't think so. I have not. I don't think he's walked anybody.
Wow.
Snap throw to first, runner back.
This is exactly the kind of pitching performance they needed after that first game loss.
Exactly. Ball just misses in there low and away, low and inside for a ball 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 4-1 Brownsburg. They lead the Shamrocks here in the 5th. Snap throw to first. Ball gets away. And the runner's going to try and advance. He will. So Westfield will have a runner in scoring position now with 2 outs as opposed to having a runner at first.
Yeah, that's one thing about that area. We talked about this earlier, Troy. There's a lot of area and foul territory here. That ball gets away from you at first base and gets by you. You got to hustle to pick that up, or you could get a runner go all the way to third.
Well, we saw Hartnagel advance to third on a bad throw to first base. That ball's grounded. That's going to be a little bit of a tough play. Throw over to, and he got him. Nice play there. Really good aggressive coverage of the bag by Sampson, the pitcher. The ground ball was kind of in between the pitcher, first base, and second base. So Comer comes over, makes the play, makes the pitch to Sampson covering for the out. So Sampson gives up a hit, and he advances to second base on the pickoff that gets away from the first baseman. So after 5 innings, we're going to go to the top of the 6th, and Brownsburg leads this game 4-1, Chris.
Coach Mattingly jumped off the bench after that out, sprinted out, there almost to the third base line, and pumped his fist there, happy about that play, and the bench players followed right behind him. A lot of congratulations there after that fine play at first base.
We would like to thank all of our sponsors, Nelson Jewelers, Pete Fay, State Farm Agent in Brownsburg, ICR Fence Company, and Sean Shipman and his friend and our friends at OEM Products. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. I'd like to thank all of you for joining us, whether you're with us for the webcast on audiosportsonline.com or you're listening to us on radiobrownsburg.com or XRB Radio in Brownsburg on the AM dial. We thank you for joining us. They're in the second half of a doubleheader here. Brownsburg loses the first game to Westfield 6-4. Brownsburg gets 13 hits in that game, only gets 4 runs across, and they fall to the conference leader, Westfield Shamrocks. They lead this game 4-1. Brownsburg playing the role of the visiting team in this game. This is a make-up from a rained-out game yesterday that was to be played in Westfield. So 4-1, we go to the top of the 6th. On the mound is Ayers for the Shamrocks. He's helped himself out. He's got the only run in RBI for the Shamrocks so far, the home run to right field. It made its way over the right field fence.
Here in the 6th inning against this good Westfield team, I'm sure the Bulldogs and Coach Manley wouldn't mind plating a couple more runs.
Kyle Yeager's going to step in and hit the catcher. Yeah, first pitch hits him. So Yeager on his way to first base.
So Big Sam will step in now, runner at first base, nobody out.
Sam Comer, the right-hitting first baseman. So Yeager at first, the catcher. The first baseman Comer at the plate. He squares around to bunt and bunts it straight up in the air, right to the catcher Partlow, and it's not the result that he wanted. Up 4-1, trying to do a little insurance there, and I probably let old Comer swing away there, Chris.
Maybe so. I don't know. Every run's going to be important now. Of course, you want to try and pad that lead. I think I would. I like a sacrifice there to move him up, but Sam is big hitter, so just failed in the bunt attempt there. 1 out.
Here's Jackson McGowan. He's gonna pinch hit for Westridge, who was the DH. He's hitting for Sampson, the pitcher.
We saw McGowan pinch hit in the first game, and I think he got a hit then too.
He got a hit and got to first base, and then Sampson actually came in and pinch ran for him. Takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. That ball almost hit him way inside. Gets away from Partlow, and that'll advance the runner as Yeager, the catcher, gets down to second base. So the Dogs have got a runner in scoring position. Kind of changes things now with 1 out, 2 balls and no strikes. Coach Manley meets him halfway down the third base line to talk a little strategy.
Troy, tough question for you here, but that ball came awful close to hitting him. Is there a case as a hitter there, ball down at your feet, maybe you don't mind letting it hit you there?
Well, I think, they always
it's
say
your natural
that ball's
instinct.
Grounded to right field. It's going to be a base hit. Coming around third and trying to score is Yeager. They're going to hold him up as the ball gets in quick. So McGowan has come in and pinch hit in the first game and delivered a base hit. Comes in to pinch hit in the second game and delivers a base hit. And the Dogs have got runners at first and third with one out and a 4-1 lead in the sixth. Back to your question, Chris. I always say, Pete Rose, the instance where he, got hit on purpose in the '80 World Series and so forth and so on. And I never got hit on purpose.
It's your natural instinct to get out of the way no matter what. And we'll.
This was in the '90s. Tyler Westridge will be the pinch runner at first base. So in back-to-back games, Jackson McGowan comes in and gets a base hit in a pinch hitting capacity, and then is amply pinch run for.
We'll have to remember that big situation late in the season. That's the pinch hitter you want up at the plate. Westfield going to make a change?
Garrett Ish will be the hitter. Slow walk to the mound. You can't tell from the booth who's throwing in the mound, but it definitely looks like we're going to have a pitching change. Number 27, Nick Rifle, the senior pitcher, is warming up in the pen. He's a right-handed pitcher. And it doesn't look like Ayers is going anywhere just yet. They're having a look, and now they are, as the Coach Bunnell calls for the dugout. They're going to do the double switch. So number 34, Ayers, will go to right. Coming out of the game is the right fielder, Dietz. So Dietz will come out of the game in right field. The pitcher, Ayers, goes to right. And coming on to pitch for Westfield is number 27, the senior Nick Rifle. I feel like I'm watching Whitey Herzog out there.
There you go. Your old buddy. Garrett Ish, who's had a pretty good day here, will be up 2 bat for Brownsburg here in a big situation with 1 out, a runner at third. Scoring position.
Now pitching for the Shamrocks, number 27, Nick Riper.
So Ayers stays in the game. He played right field in the first game.
Yes.
So he'll go back to his other position, not pitching. Comes off the mound. He gives up 4 runs on 7 hits. His counterpart, Caleb Sampson, has given up 1 run on 4 hits through 5 innings.
Action in the Brownsburg bullpen. Troy, Austin Jones. Nope, I'm sorry. Yes, Austin Jones down there warming up.
Number 5, Austin Jones, the right-hander.
Well, I can't imagine, though, taking Caleb Sampson out here. I'm sure he'll start this next inning, I would imagine, after this great performance. But on a cold night like this, maybe some extra time wouldn't hurt to have an arm ready.
Right. Sure would not. I don't think anybody's warm here. Players, fans, announcers. Yes. And we're inside.
Rob Kendall returned from his town council meeting.
Still got his tie on.
Looking good, right?
Yeah.
Very professional.
So Garrett Ish will step in, the right-handed hitter.
Rob, what was your main course of action or business during the 80s?
Rob was asked what his main course of action or business was in the 80s by Chris Worley, and Rob's response was birth, which is true. So Ish lifts that ball high to right field.
Is it going to score the run?
Should be far enough to score the run, and it will. So scoring from third on the sacrifice fly is the catcher Kyle Yeager, and Ish does his job, lifts the ball to right center field deep enough, and the run scores, and fist bumps all the way around. The Dogs lead it 5-1 here in the top of the 6th.
Big RBI for Mr. Ish. Had 7 RBIs coming into today's action, and I think he had 1 in the first game. Not sure, but that was a big one there.
Hartnagel puts the ball down the first baseline. It hits the bag. McQuarrie dives for it. He won't get it, and that'll probably go down as a hit. So Hartnagel continues the hit streak. He was 3 for 4 in the first game. I believe he's 2 for 2 tonight.
Wow. Runner advanced to third also.
May have been, and the runner goes to third, so they're at the corners now. with 2 outs, and coming to the plate is number 6, Tyler Houston.
With this big night here for Hartnagel, he's got to be approaching a 500 batting average.
So Houston, the center fielder, the right-handed hitting center fielder, is in. The Dogs lead it 5-1, top of the 6th. That ball gets away, and the runners will not advance. And Partlow may have hurt himself a little bit there. Catcher for the Shamrocks, trying to stretch out his hamstring. He's on the back half of a doubleheader. He caught both games. It's definitely not warm out. Trying to stay warm back there. That wild pitch kind of stretched him out a little bit. So Houston's in there. Runners at first and third. 2 outs. And the 1-0 pitch is outside again. 2 balls and no strikes. Fouled away for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out.
Tyler Houston a chance for a big 2-out RBI here. Brownsburg leading 5-1.
Houston getting some instruction and signs from Coach Manley down the third baseline. Steps in. Rifle looking in. Here's a 2-1. Missed outside. Throw down to second. The runner's going. He's safe. They're going to try and score on the steal. And he's safe.
He did slide in ahead of that
He did
tag.
slide him in. That's a nice call by the home plate umpire.
Westfield catcher upset, but he slid in ahead of that tag. I had a good angle on it from here in the booth, and Westfield coach going to argue it.
We have a really nice shot. We are right behind home plate and 2 stories up. And a really nice shot at home plate. He got in ahead of the tag. It was a nice call by the home plate umpire.
6-1 Brownsburg.
So 6-1 Dogs. The 6 runs on 8 hits through 5 2/3 innings. That comes with 2 outs, and that's huge. Hartnagel will be at third now. He goes from first to third in the series of play. Tried to steal second with the runner on third. I'm surprised they even threw down, to tell you the truth, Chris.
I am too.
Don't know if that was a little lack of situational awareness there or what. The bullpen continues to throw for the Dogs. That ball is lifted high and deep to right center field, drifting back. He can't find it. It's up against the fence. Hartnagel will score from third. Coming around second and on his way to third is Houston, and he's in there with a stand-up triple. So the Dogs are really starting to knock it around a little bit. That makes it 7-1 Brownsburg, 7 runs on 9 hits, and we're in an absolute polar opposite here as we were in the first game, Chris, on 4 runs on 13 hits.
Indeed.
April 29th versus Avon. It's, as Chris has alluded to, Worley wants a sellout for that game. He wants standing room only.
Arch rival Avon.
And we should have some really nice weather come the first of the week, it looks like, and get out of this Arctic spell we are in, even though it's almost May. First pitch is a strike to Shipman. Hayden Shipman, the second baseman for the Dogs. He's got a runner at third. The ball misses outside for a ball, 1-1. Tyler Houston 90 feet away from being the 8th run of the game for the Dogs. Here's the 1-1. High and outside for a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike.
You know, number 5, Austin Jones, continuing to warm in the Brownsburg bullpen. I wonder if they are going to make a change, especially with this. You could turn this a big league now. I don't know.
High, and that's ball 3, 3 balls and 1 strike.
NFL draft update possibly coming in here. We'd like to know who was the first pick, if you have.
Michigan's Eric Fisher.
Eric Fisher, I think, is an offensive lineman from Central Michigan.
Wow.
That ball is lifted high behind home plate. Partlow camping under it, loses it. Now he can't find it, and he dropped it. So a really kind of a dusky gray blue sky that the ball got lost in there, and Partlow can't come up with it, and so Hayden Shipman will get another life at the plate. what's his name again? Is it
Eric Fisher.
Eric Fisher from Central Michigan?
Mac School gets the first pick.
A lot of talk about him just being probably one of the best all-around linemen to come out of college in a long time. I'm going to go out on a limb. That ball's grounded to third. Coming up with it, throw over to McCrary is wide, and the run will score. And Shipman will go from first to second on the air. So everything going right for the Dogs. A lot of things going wrong for the Shamrocks here in the second game of this doubleheader. The Dogs lead it 8-1. I would go out on a limb and say that he is the first MAC player ever taken number 1 overall. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but it has to be close. I'm trying to think when Roethlisberger was picked. I don't think that was number 1. Yeah, he was down a little bit. So stepping into the plate is number 20, Hunter Liam, the left fielder.
What spot do the Colts pick in?
24th, maybe? Colts are 24th pick overall, I believe.
Okay, here we go. Here's our tracker.
Strike called 0-1. Hunter Liam at the plate. Brownsburg with a big 8-1 lead now.
Okay.
Rifle looks in, and
Luke Jokel, Texas A&M tackle 2.
ball's grounded to short. Comes up with it, throw over to McCrary, and they got him out. So the Shamrocks in the stop the bleeding a little bit. Eight runs on 9 hits for the Dogs. They lead it. They get 4 in the top of the 6th. They lead it 8-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. We're going to take a look at the NFL draft. Big night for all you football fans and everything. And so we'll go to the draft board with a little sports update. The first overall pick to the Kansas City Chiefs is Eric Fisher, an offensive tackle out of Central Michigan. Discussion in the booth if that's the first person ever from a MAC school to go first overall. The Jaguars take Luke Jokel, which had been talked about as possibly being the number 1 pick, the offensive tackle from Texas A&M. The Dolphins get defensive end Deion Jordan from Oregon. That's a pick they acquired from the Raiders. Lane Johnson, an offensive tackle from Oklahoma, goes to the Eagles at 4th. And the defensive end, Ziggy Ansah from BYU, goes to the Lions. And the Browns are currently on the board. So I don't know if this has ever happened before either, but the first 5 picks in the draft are all well, I don't mean this insulting, but as it goes, non-skilled position players.
Non-quarterback, non-running back.
Non-wide receiver for the NFL.
Wow.
That's fine. Internal. Here's Chris Ayers, the pitcher, number 34, though up there hitting left-handed. He throws right, hits left. First pitch is in there for a strike, and Caleb Sampson picks up where he left off.
He did come back to start this inning. I'm glad to see that.
Just misses low and inside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Ayers. So Ayers is not the pitcher right now of record. He is playing right field, which was his original position in the first game. That ball is lifted high in the air to third base. Hartnagel and Gill collaborate, and Gill brings it in at third base for the out. So 1 batter up, 1 batter down here in the top half of the 6th. Bottom half of the 6th, sorry.
Well, you rarely see, and I know we've got a little ways to go here, complete game in any level of baseball anymore, Troy.
Yeah, especially at the sophomore level in varsity Hoosier Crossroads Conference ball. That grounded to Hartnagel. Hard throw over to Comer at first. That's a nice play. Hartnagel has just played his heart out these
He
first
really
2
has.
games.
Like you said, Troy, MVP of this doubleheader so far, even in a losing effort in the first game. But he picked that ball backhanded right out of the dirt, made a strong throw to first to get the out, the second out of the inning.
First pitch is fouled away.
Brownsburg bullpen packing it in and coming into the dugout.
First baseman McCrary in there, the right-handed hitting first baseman for Westfield. 8-1 Dogs, bottom of 6th. Curveball in there for a strike, 0-2. Another nice pitch by Sampson.
Very impressive effort here.
Sampson looking in. Here's the 0-2. Hit hard to right field, but foul. Keeps the count at 0-2. McCrary stays alive. The ball's in 2 strikes, 2 out. Sampson's gym continues. That ball down a little bit in the dirt. Nice job by Yeager to keep it in front of him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tried to get him to chase that. He did not.
As you talked about, Troy's mixing his pitches very well. That was a off-speed pitch down in the strike zone, but he is mixing them up.
1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here's the 1-2 pitch. In there. Oh, see, I did it. I did it again. I'm trying to ump the game from up here, and I shouldn't do that. I thought that was strike 3. It was a little bit low. Looked good from the booth. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th, 8-1 Bulldogs. That one's down, and also 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count goes full. So Sampson starts him off 0-2. McCrary's fought his way back to a full count. Strikeout would be big here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Reaches for 1, slaps it foul. Count stays full. Dogs lead at 8-1. Bottom of the 6th. Here's the 3-2. Lined up the middle. Behind second base is Hartnagel, and he gets the ball. Cannot make the transition to his glove, but that's going to go down as a hit for McCrary. Nice play by Hartnagel. Nice range there. Showed some real nice range.
Great range to his left, some speed there, too. I didn't think there was any way he was going to cut that ball off from going into center field, but just, after reaching the ground and getting that ball, he just slipped, and there's no way he could make the throw to first. But good range, good speed. Again, Hartnagel shines.
Here's Shaw. Chase Shaw, the right-handed hitter. Ball slapped foul down the right field line. It'll get out of play. 0-1, 2 outs, runner at first. Sampon's given up 1 run on 5 hits with 5 strikeouts, I believe.
5, I have him for 5.
5 strikeouts for Sampson. He's not walked anyone.
Still not.
And has really just been in really command of his pitches. There was some action in the Brownsburg pen. There is not now.
Just what the doctor ordered, a strong
Snap
pitching
to first.
performance.
They don't get him. I agree with you. After that first game,
yes.
Chris, absolutely. Sampson looks on. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball to second. Over to get the force the short way, and the Dogs will go to the top of the 7th. They lead this game 8-1. Special thanks to Sean Shippen and our friends at OEM Products. OEM Products offers tubular and machine components along with an electro-polishing service. They are located at 121 Commerce Drive in Danville from 9 to 5 and can be reached at 317-718-0958. Offense, defense, privacy fence, picket fence, chain link fence. All the fencing styles to fit your needs are available at ICR Fence Company. ICR provides free on-site estimates at your convenience. Please call ICR Fence at 317-858-8648 or check the web at www.icrfence.com. ICR is a local business and a proud supporter of Brownsburg baseball and all Brownsburg Bulldog athletics. Thank all of our sponsors, Nelson Jewelers, ICR Fence, OEM Products, and Pete Fay, State Farm Agent, located in Brownsburg, for their sponsorship of Hoosier Crossroads Conference baseball tonight and the Brownsburg Bulldogs. Thank you for joining us. If you're listening to us and are watching us also on audiosportsonline.com, listening to us on XRB Radio on the AM dial in Brownsburg or radiobrownsburg.com. Or xrbradio.com. I misspoke the website. I apologize for that. Sorry, Shane.
Had a boss that used to do that to me all the time.
We go to the top of the 7th. The Bulldogs lead at 8-1. And leading off the inning is number 13, the right-handed hitter Cody Gill. First pitch is a ball, 1-0. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Few fans still hanging around. We lost some of our left field, outfield fans. Cold weather and a big lead, but Brownsburg side of the grandstand still pretty good crowd.
2 balls and 1 strike. The Rifle still on the mound in relief of Ayers, who is now in right field. That ball's high and up towards the helmet. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Next Monday night against Avon here, pack the house night.
There you go. We'd like to offer an incentive, but we don't really have any other than offer you some really good baseball. And what we are anticipating will be some nice weather.
And you know Avon's going to bring some folks, too.
Yes, they
do.
will. That's in there. 3 balls and 2 strikes now to Gill. Cody Gill playing third base in this game. Fouls one away, stays alive. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, nobody on. 8-1 Bulldogs, top half of the 7th. Again, the Dogs are the visiting team playing on their home field, as this is a makeup game that was to be played in Westfield. Ball's lifted high in the air and back at us. I don't know where it went, but I didn't hear it hit the roof, so I thought it was going to be playable actually at first.
Westfield kid's going to have a little bit of a long bus ride home.
Three balls and 2 strikes. Ball's lined up the middle for a base hit. So Gill's aboard in the top half of the 7th as the leadoff hitter.
Troy, did you ever catch a foul ball in a major league game?
No.
I have never either.
Not in a major league game.
I had a guy next to me catch one. We got down low. It was late in the game. We moved down low and right next to me, but I've never caught one.
I had Greg Maddox tossed me a ball from center field during it was not in the 80s. It was in the 2000s, actually. Tossed me a ball from center field. He was out there shagging flies at BP at Wrigley when he was with the Cubs.
Cool.
And it was actually right after my son was born. So that ball is in his room. Ball's lifted to shallow right field, and on is the right fielder Ayers to make the catch, and scurrying back to first base is Gill. So runner at first and 1 out now. And
did you see the highlight? He was shown often this weekend. The guy in the outfield of a Major League game this weekend caught a home run ball. He was in the first seed beyond the right field wall, caught it in a full popcorn bucket. And the popcorn went over the wall and onto the field. He said he got that large bucket just in case.
In case of that?
In case the ball came his way. I forget what stadium that was at.
First pitch to Comer's outside for a ball, 1-0. The fact that you're able to keep the ball in baseball is one of the many intricacies of the game that I love going to a game. That's in there for a strike, 1-1.
Of course, the old tale of a guy ruining a $200 suit to
Sure.
go after a fly ball.
Absolutely. 1 ball and 1 strike and 1 out. Up high and outside for 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner at first, 1 out. The Bulldogs lead at 8-1, top of the 7th.
Sam's played both ends of this doubleheader, done some things too. Sam Comer, the batter.
Ball's lifted into left field. That's going to drop in for a hit. And we have back-to-back hits to start the 7th inning for the Bulldogs. So runners at first and second and 1 out.
Now up the DH, number 16, Tyler Western.
There's Tyler Western as a DH, the right-handed hitting DH. Runners at first and second, 1 out. 8-1. The Dogs lead it. Lost the first half of this doubleheader 6-4. On the outside corner for a strike, 0-1.
With an 8-1 lead, should be safe here in the second half to come back and split this doubleheader.
Ball's lifted high in the air to deep left field, but Manwaring camping underneath it makes the catch. So
Well, he hit that ball up around his eyes there.
Got into one there a little bit. Not quite enough, and 2 outs. Here's Garrett Ish, the left fielder.
He's got a big RBI in this game. At the time, it was close.
8 runs on 11 hits for the Dogs. Rifle looks in, gets the sign from Partlow. Here's the 2-out pitch. Inside, ball 1. One 0 pitch bounces in the dirt. Fire down to second, back safely.
We'll try to get you a few Major League updates here on scores before we sign off.
2 balls and no strikes, 2 outs. Runners at first and second. Down the line to third. He'll step on the bag, and we will go to the bottom half of the 7th. The Dogs are 3 outs away from splitting the doubleheader with the conference leading Westfield Shamrocks. They lead it 8-1. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors for their sponsorship of Brownsburg Baseball and Brownsburg Athletics. Spring is here. It's time to give that outdated jewelry a makeover. Diamonds are forever, but styles change and mountings wear away. Let the professionals at Nelson Jewelers in Brownsburg help you create a finish and a unique custom design. Nelson Jewelers offers an in-house jewelry repair shop to ensure your jewelry receives the utmost care. Visit Nelson Jewelers for all of your jewelry needs at 22 East Main Street and online at www.nelsonjewelers.com. A little out of the way, very much out of the ordinary. We'll take a little trip around the major leagues real quick. The top of the 8th, the Reds and the Nationals. Washington leads Cincinnati 6-1.
All right.
That game is in Nationals Park in the nation's capital. Boston leads the Astros 7-2, bottom half of the 7th from Fenway. Yankee Stadium at the end of 6th. The Yankees lead the Jays 5-3. Top of the 6th in Miami, the Cubs and the Marlins are tied 3 apiece. Top of the 3rd on the south side, the White Sox and the Rays. Chicago leads the Rays 3-1. At the end of 3 in Minnesota at Target Field, the Rangers lead the Twins 1-0. And tonight, you got Colorado at Arizona, Baltimore at Oakland, all of this on the West Coast. The Angels are at Seattle. Earlier today, Pittsburgh defeated the Phillies 6-4 in Philadelphia. The Royals score 5 runs, so a grand slam by Alex Gordon in the top of the 10th. They beat the Detroit Tigers 8-3 at Comerica Park in Detroit. And the last score is the Dodgers defeat the Mets at Citi Field in Queens 3-2. So there's your scores from around the majors. We're giving off some draft picks there. It appears the top 5 draft picks in the NFL draft as the ball is grounded to third. Backhanded by Hartnagel. It's short as the ball gets by the third baseman. Can't make the throw. Nice job to keep it in. The top 5 picks in the NFL draft have all been non-skilled position players. They're offensive tackles or defensive or offensive linemen. The first pick in the draft is an offensive lineman from Central Michigan, which we believe is probably the first MAC player ever taken first overall.
Sure, a lot of Colts fans anxious to see. Take another, hour or two for Colts will draft, but they're always interested, of course. This game is all in Caleb Sampson's hand. No action here in the bullpen.
I like that they're leaving him out there, and that ball misses outside for 1-0.
Would have liked to got that first out. That would have been nice here.
Would have liked to got that first out.
See what happens. We'll be okay.
So runner at first, nobody out. Bottom half of the 7th. Sampson, that's just what they needed, but it's going to be a little too slow, and it's going to get past the second baseman, and the runner at second is not paying attention, does not advance to third base. Okay, they're going to call interference on the runner at second, runner going from first to second. Yeah, they're either going to call interference or say the ball hit him. I think the ball might have hit his
Yes,
foot.
I think so.
That's the call. So the Bulldogs catch a break there. It looked like a tailor-made ground ball that was going to go 4-6-3, but it got kicked. It was a little bit of a slow roller anyway, so the Bulldogs kind of catch a break. So we'll have a runner at first with 1 out. And the first pitch by Sampson is a ball, 1-0.
That was an important out to get.
At the plate is number 24, the junior, Nolan Stitz. Throw over to first. The runner gets back. Stitz is the DH. He's a left-handed hitter. Here's the 1-0. Lifted down the left field line. A little late on that. Fouls it away for a strike. The count's even at 1-1.
Sampson trying to go the whole way here. He's 2 outs away from that.
1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Runner at first. Ball's dribbled down the first base line. It goes foul. Takes the count to 1 ball and 2 strike. Little ground ball to second. Little 4-6-3 or 3. Little 4-6-3 would end this game on a nice note, huh, Chris?
Now you're talking, Troy. Well, you've been talking.
I've been talking, yeah, exactly. A lot.
You've done a good job.
14 innings worth of talking.
That's a lot.
You as well.
Thank you.
Always enjoy doing the games with you, Chris. It's a pleasure. Look forward to catching a couple more this year.
Pack the house night Monday against rival Avon.
What time is that game? Is it?
I think that's a 5:30 or 6 start.
5:30 pitch, I think. Inside for a ball. That'll take the count to full at 3-2. So a runner at first. The Bulldogs lead at 8-1. One out here in the bottom of the 8th. Shamrocks down to the last 2 outs. A little bit of life. Runner at first. Snap throw over. Gets away, and that'll put the runner to second base. And that's the third time we've seen this in this game. Twice on the Dogs' end, once on the Shamrocks' end.
You know, Sampson's been so great. I hate to criticize there, but why are you worrying about the guy at first base with an 8-1 lead and even throwing over there?
Yeah, just get some strikeouts. Throw some good pitches, get a ground ball, and everybody gets to go home. 8 runs on 11 hits for the Dogs, 1 run on 6 hits, and an error for the Shamrocks. Big swing and a miss, a fastball high and outside. Nice pitch. Good chase pitch there by Sampson. That was nice.
6 strikeout.
6 strikeout through 6 2/3. 8-1 Dogs, and the Shamrocks down to the last out. Jake Dietz is in now.
Crowd not standing and on their feet.
No, they're not.
Well,
it's
cold.
First pitch is fouled away for a strike, 0-1. So the Shamrocks down to the last 2 strikes. No balls and 1 strike, 2 outs, and Sampson calls Yeager out to the mound. They're going to have just a brief talk here.
Is that the old runner at second base change signals, or does it matter to head 8-1 here?
Probably wouldn't matter at this point. Big swing and a miss for strike 2.
He's still got his fastball. Blew that one right past him, Troy.
The Cleveland Browns in the 6th pick took Mingo, a defensive end out of LSU. Jay Cooper, an offensive guard from UNC. Carolina goes to Arizona. Ball grounded to second base. Throw over, and that will do it.
Bulldogs win.
So Brownsburg wins the second half of the doubleheader 8-1. They drop the first half 6-4. Combined, they have 24 hits in 14 innings. Only commit 1 error. Sampson strikes out 6 and walks none in his effort in the second game.
He was outstanding.
And he was outstanding. And with that, the Bulldogs split. No damage done to the conference leaders in Westfield. And again, we thank all of you for joining us for Hoosier Crossroads Conference Baseball, Brownsburg Bulldog Baseball on audiosportsonline.com and xrbradio.com in Brownsburg. Thank you to all of our sponsors, Nelson Jewelers, Pete Fay, State Farm Agent in Brownsburg, ICR Fence Company, and our friends at OEM Products. I'm Troy Weimer for Chris Worley and Rob Kendall. Thank you all very much, and thank you for joining us for Brownsburg Baseball. Good night.